Hey guys, tonight we venture into a different kind of library, one etched not in ink, but in the whispers of dust. Imagine yourself standing at the entrance where Ibn Khaldun once traced his fingertips across ancient tomes. You're about to follow in the footsteps of a man who lived through world-changing events and left a legacy written not just on paper, but in the very grains that float through forgotten aisles. Before you settle in with your favorite blanket, remember, you probably won't survive this narrative's historical twists unscathed. Your mind might get a bit tangled in the timelines, but that's half the fun of this journey we're about to take together. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, drop a comment with your location and local time. It's always interesting seeing where fellow time travelers gather for these nightly stories. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You cross the threshold, feeling a chill that hints at the countless minds that stood here before you. This isn't just any library. It's a place where every grain of dust has a story, where the past clings to your shoes and curls around corners like a gentle, whispered secret. Your fingers run along dusty spines. Feel the coarse texture of forgotten knowledge. Take a breath, not too deep. 14th century dust might contain more than just stories of scholars. Ibn Khaldun would smirk at that thought, knowing he often worked by candlelight late into the night. Historians still argue whether he ever slept, or if his mind just hovered between timelines. The library's vast halls seem endless. Ancient echoes still bounce off marble pillars worn smooth by time. You trace the floor where his thoughts roamed, where philosophy tangled with mathematics, and the first whispers of sociology took form. Here, each footstep tells a tale. Each grain speaks with the voice of centuries. But let's slow down. Even virtual journeys have speed limits. Khaldun didn't rush. He took time to ponder olden empires that crumbled into dust. Babylon, Alexandria, Rome. Can you hear the silent conversations between their fallen remnants and his quills? Of course you can. Historians still argue whether the library's dust holds echoes of lost civilizations. Speaking of lost, ever considered why libraries always feel colder than other rooms? Rumor has it, it's not just the number of candles, but the sheer weight of ideas stacking up, year after year. Just imagine this place back in its prime. Scrolls unrolled like treasure maps, inkwells brimming, an air thick with potential, not allergies. Modern science can tell you how paper can deteriorate, but here you can almost hear like a soft rustle as parchment surrenders to oblivion. In one alcove, a fresco peeks out from layers of grit, Khaldun's favorite spot for late-night musings. Experts think he spent more nights here than even his closest friends knew. Did they call him antisocial? Merely reflective, he'd reply, a smirk twitching at the corners. Here, amidst dusty shadows, Ibn Khaldun shaped theories that rippled through centuries unseen, like ripples in a silent, endless pond. Some believe his insights actually influenced Machiavelli. Can you believe historians still debate whether they ever met in dreams? Listen, what's that soft crunch beneath your feet? Just layers of time compressed so tightly. They tell tales with every misstep. Did you know some of Khaldun's manuscripts vanished in a tragic library fire in Algiers? Poof, just like that. So every mote of dust you disturb probably holds a lost chapter, a footnote that could alter modern textbooks. The weight of that knowledge might just make the next step a bit heavier. As you wander farther, shadows shift. The library's heart beats with forgotten rhythms. They say if you listen closely enough, you might even hear the echo of quills scratching pages. Or hush, the whisper of a secret that's lived here for 500 years, waiting to be uncovered, not that anyone could really know. Historians still argue whether those echoes are just drafts, or the whispers of scholars who never moved on. Did you know that the library was originally built over ancient Roman structures? Traces of red tile peek through where the walls meet the floor. Can you see them too? Each line a story, each tile a step back in time. Khaldun walked these halls with the ghosts of Caesar's engineers. Bet he had some cheeky banter with them. If they'd let him. You pause, your breath mingling with dust motes, suspended in rays of moonlight seeping through cracked windows. This dust, particles of scrolls and skin flakes and ancient parchment, this is where Ibn Khaldun's journey begins. His footsteps, lighter in some spots, bolder in others, as if the floors absorbed both the man and his thoughts. Imagine him here, eyes squinting in the dim light, lost in contemplation. One legend says he could decipher texts just by their dust patterns. No, not really. But isn't that a quirky thought? Experts think this library was one of his creative powerhouses, his true sanctuary away from the madding crowds of courts and councils. And here, finally, you reach the heart of the library, where a solitary lectern stands, draped in dust that twinkles like starlight. They say this was his favorite spot, and even now, some claim it still hums with the energy of his intellect. Historians still argue whether it's just an atmospheric trick or something more profound. As you lean closer, feeling the cool, gritty surface beneath your fingertips, you can't help but think you're making contact with the past, a tangible link stretching centuries, woven from the very dust of stories untold. Khaldun's presence is almost tangible, the air almost charged with his inquisitive spirit, every grain a breadcrumb back through time. Welcome to your new nightly haunt. Stay a while. Let this dust tell you stories until dawn whispers its first light. And maybe, just maybe, you'll unlock a secret thought, one Ibn Khaldun himself left behind, floating in the gentle, enduring silence of this timeless library. Boyhood dreams dance through the dust particles now stirring around you. With each breath, you uncover the whispers of Ibn Khaldun's earliest years, a young mind brimming with potential. Here, in this sacred library, every speck holds the promise of what was yet to come. Historians still argue whether his fascination with history began here in the libraries or within his family's scholarly circles. You can almost see him, just a boy, fingertips tracing ancient scripts, eager to absorb the world's wisdom. Experts think his early studies might have been inspired by a rare, leather-bound tome on geography, one he found half lost among neglected shelves. Did you know that by the age of 11, he had memorized the entirety of the Quran? That's dedication, or maybe just really good memory techniques. Maybe it involved some rather bizarre mnemonic devices. We'll never know for certain, but let's not get distracted by the medieval equivalent of flashcards. Here, in this quiet corner, surrounded by musty old tomes, his intellect blossomed each volume, unlocking new realms of thought. You can practically feel the excitement of discovery as you glide your hand along the nearest wooden bookshelf, the aged wood creaking slightly at your touch. And there's that odd debate. Some argue he was schooled exclusively by his uncle, who claimed to have once seen a library where books spoke aloud. Historians chuckle at the mention of that anecdote. There's also a fringe theory that Ibn Khaldun was involved in discovering a pre-Columbian text on advanced astronomy, hidden in the very library we're envisioning. It makes you wonder, doesn't it, what secrets remain buried under layers of history and dust? The truth escapes us, lost in the annals of time, though not without a playful smirk from the past. Each grain of dust here might carry remnants of those childhood stories, those first whispers of his burgeoning intellect. He once gazed upon these ancient texts while munching on figs, a local treat favored by young scholars. You remember that fig paste, don't you? Yes, the medieval equivalent of snack food to fuel endless hours of study. You can almost taste them, the earthy sweetness mingling with thoughts as grand as empires. Every word he read back then was a step toward greatness, each paragraph uncovered today by your very fingertips reveals yet another fragment of his journey. You sense that, even as a youth, he was drawn to the rhythms of political life and the ebbs of social change. Was it the tales of warriors, or perhaps the riddles penned by old philosophers that ignited his early flame? The answer flits just beyond reach, like echoes in a cathedral of books. How curious it must have been to be a young man in a world not yet constrained by modernity, a world where parchment and ink held magic. And so, you move deeper into the library. Your journey becomes his exploration. With each breath, more voices emerge. The dusty air hums with the promise of discoveries yet to be made, each whisper teasing a glimpse into his soul. Some even claim that the library itself holds spirits of lost scholars, a historical ghost convention where Ibn Khaldun once mingled with Aristotle, albeit temporarily. Could it be that this library acts as a bridge between eras, suspended in time? The thought brings a certain comfort, doesn't it? That genius never truly leaves. It simply sleeps, awaiting the next curious mind. In these hallowed pages, his early dreams mingle with yours, a timeless dance of ambition across centuries. Was it fate, or perhaps the alignment of the stars, that placed you here now, amid tales so vividly alive, they seem almost to stir the air? You know, this library isn't just a place of reading. It's a vessel of connection, an eternal conduit where past and present meet. And what if, just what if, his very presence lingers here, watching over those who dare to dream as he once did? The mysteries beckon, each volume a gateway to untapped wisdom, each sigh of the dust a promise of discovery. Historians still argue whether this very library was the seedbed for his most radical ideas, or perhaps it was an ancient olive tree under which he pondered, surrounded by his friends, debating the philosophies that would one day define nations. No one can say for certain, but here, in the soft glow of candlelight, with dust sparkling like forgotten constellations, you feel closer to his essence than ever before. Your journey with Ibn Khaldun continues from these library halls filled with the weight of olden times to the world outside, waiting to be reimagined. Each path you tread follows the footsteps of a man whose thoughts transcended generations, whose mind soared far beyond the confines of dusty tomes. What legacy will you uncover next, hidden in the quiet whispers of this library's ageless embrace? Remember, the dust itself is but a canvas, painting stories of those who dared to think, to question, to dream. With each page turned and every whisper heard, your own path begins to intertwine with his, a timeless dance of minds across the ages. It almost feels as if Ibn Khaldun himself could appear beside you, a quiet smile playing on his lips. And wouldn't that be something? Imagine the conversation, just the two of you, historian and wanderer, trading tales across the tapestry of time. The library pulses with ancient dreams and modern exploration. Here, Ibn Khaldun's childhood merges seamlessly with your own unfolding journey, each step echoing with the wisdom left by countless seekers of knowledge. And in this moment, you realize just how intimately the past and present are braided together. Who knew that the gentle sigh of dust could reveal worlds long gone and hint at mysteries still to come? You move forward, feeling the gentle pull of curiosity as it guides you through the labyrinth of shelves. The young Khaldun you just uncovered now morphs into a scholar in training, the library expanding to reveal his early education. Was it the library's atmosphere that imbued him with such brilliance? Or perhaps years spent grappling with complex texts crafted his intellect? Historians still argue whether the formative power lay in local schools or traveling mentors. You imagine young Ibn, just a few years older, now accompanied by esteemed tutors. Their voices might have echoed between these very walls. Imagine a boy barely out of childhood, tasked with interpreting ancient commentaries that even seasoned scholars found dense. They say he was so engrossed in his studies that he often forgot to eat, leading his family to send servants to remind him of meals. Could dedicated study sharpen one's mind to ignore such basics as food? Some fringe thinkers believe that he managed to memorize entire manuscripts simply through repeated recitation, a method that sounds exhausting. However, it might just explain his later extensive works. This library, an open-air amphitheater of intellect, would have seen such scenes play out, students poring over texts, debating theories that shaped civilizations. Historians chuckle at the theory that these dusty aisles were once patrolled by a wandering scholar who could make inkwells leap from their tables with his laughter. While that might stretch credibility, imagine the rich tapestry of minds meeting in these hallowed halls. A philosopher's laugh. Did one ever truly resonate here? Fingertips brush against wooden bindings. You sense the heft of knowledge once held within. His young tutors might have introduced him to Aristotle's logic. Or perhaps it was the complex rhythms of Arabic poetry that first captivated him. You marvel at how, surrounded by these same walls, he grappled with philosophy during a time that valued knowledge as fiercely as precious gems. Here, the air seems suspended in reverent quiet. Somewhere, a page flutters, were his early insights born from the whispers of the library, or the challenges posed by his tutors. One mainstream historical fact remains. Khaldun's intellectual awakening was shaped by some of the most illustrious scholars of his age. Experts think Ibn Zayd, a leading figure in logic, greatly influenced his analytical rigor. Could the debates held in this very library have sparked the first embers of his pioneering ideas? There's debate about specific locations. Did his mentor's teachings occur in sunlit gardens or dimly lit alcoves? Historians still argue whether this library, or a rival one in Cairo, was the true forge of his critical mind. As the debate continues, you drift deeper into the stacks, knowing that each path through history offers different rewards. Did he ever find those lost scrolls whispered about in hushed tones, rumored to hold secrets of the ancient Egyptian kings? We may never know for certain. Through the dust, you catch glimpses of learning methods so different from our own. Perhaps a tutor leaned in closely as young Ibn pondered geometry, tracing diagrams on sand-covered floors. The quirky thought of him using finger drawings comes to mind. How would we feel about such tactile studying today? You can almost see him crouched over a makeshift blackboard, mind racing faster than his fingers could scribe. That would be one way to turn abstract concepts into tangible knowledge. Time flows differently inside these walls. Here, the past bleeds into the present, creating a single narrative of pursuit. Your journey mirrors his now, a seeker navigating the expanse of wisdom. This library, a timeless keeper of knowledge, wraps you in its history, whispering the secrets of olden education and the paths that lay ahead. How many more Ibn Khalduns have there been? Minds shaped in silence, yet destined for greatness. In your next step, as your fingers graze another tome, you feel an unspoken connection. This space, filled with echoes of once vibrant discourse, reveals a truth. The pursuit of knowledge across eras thrives on curiosity. You've journeyed from his childhood to this moment of scholarly awakening. What revelations await further in, where each page promises to bring you closer to his enduring legacy? You move forward, feeling the library's quiet anticipation as you tread these hallowed floors. The young intellectual now transforms into a man of influence. His scholarly beginnings laid a solid foundation, but what propelled him into the world of diplomacy and political intrigue? Historians still argue whether it was the magnetic pull of power or an inevitable evolution of his intellect. The air feels heavier as you approach the more formal quarters of the library. Here, Ibn Khaldun once navigated the intricacies of statecraft. You imagine him in hushed conversations, perhaps near these very walls, debating strategy under veiled lanterns. In his time, the young scholar found himself immersed in political currents as dynamic as the desert winds. Mainstream history tells us Khaldun's diplomatic career began during the unstable reign of the Marinid Sultanate, a period marked by shifting allegiances and fragile truces. Historians often ponder if he ever regretted leaving the quiet certainty of scholarly life for the unpredictable world of sultans and viziers. One fringe anecdote suggests he once hid behind library columns to eavesdrop on a rival's plot, a story that conjures an image of our dignified scholar stooping to espionage. Yet it's entirely plausible given the cutthroat nature of the political environment. Experts think Khaldun's diplomatic skills were honed amidst these cloak and dagger whispers. Here, amidst the dusty volumes, remnants of that world whisper back to life. You trace the faint outline of ink on an ancient treaty, a fragile parchment still folded into its formal creases. Could this very treaty be the one that involved Khaldun's deft negotiations, ensuring temporary peace across North Africa? Historians debate whether the treaty's wording, now faded into legend, was penned by his hand or merely carried by it. The room's shadows stretch long, and you can't help but think, did the intrigue of court politics rival the riddles of philosophy Ibn once loved? Some claim he retained a secret fondness for poetry, even composing political satire under assumed names. A risky endeavor should he have been discovered. You envision him scribbling couplets in his private notes before slipping them into diplomatic messages, a risky form of intellectual defiance. Every book you pass seems to murmur of clandestine meetings. What if the whispered rumors about his involvement in forging alliances were true? Mainstream records confirm his tenure as an ambassador during the reign of the Hafsid ruler, but imagine the weight of those decisions each treaty a delicate balance of words and intentions. Time here feels elastic. You sense Ibn Khaldun's presence not only as scholar, but as a diplomat, learning the subtle dance of politics. How many moments did he have to deftly sidestep political snares, avoiding becoming another cautionary tale? Did his diplomatic skill leave as deep a mark on history as his scholarly pursuits? Experts think historians still argue whether Khaldun's greatest impact lay more in his Muqaddimah or his diplomatic foresight. In your hand, you hold a faded folio detailing old alliances. Could these be the very negotiations Khaldun was involved with? Each page offers a fragment of his political life, alliances brokered, tensions eased, and treaties inscribed. Historians speculate whether a secret pact he brokered could have altered the historical trajectory of regional power. Even today, scholars try to piece together his coded missives that still puzzle interpreters. Every step you take here is layered with the weight of past decisions. The library stands not just as a keeper of knowledge, but as a monument to Khaldun's political legacy. Each shelf, a narrative of his journey through power's intricate maze. What unseen threads did he weave with his pen? And which mysteries still remain buried beneath decades of scholarly dust? The journey continues as you seek answers, tracing the enigmatic steps of a man whose life oscillated between the worlds of ideas and influence. What truths will the next isle unveil? Will the stories etched in ink and silence hold clues to the complex mind that navigated both wisdom and power? Here, within these whispered walls, the pulse of history beats stronger, drawing you deeper into his remarkable journey. You pause at a sun-dappled window, imagining the many paths Ibn Khaldun's life could have taken. But destiny has a way of steering us through unexpected doors. His first exile approached like a desert sandstorm, sudden and transformative, with a hint of gentle sarcasm. You wonder if he packed all his books or just grabbed the essentials. The politics of North Africa in the 14th century were notoriously fickle. After a disagreement with the ruling regime, historians still argue whether it was over policy or personal rivalry. He found himself cast away. Exile, for many scholars of old, was a bitter fate. But for Khaldun, it became a fertile ground for intellectual flourishing. As you trace the patterns on an old, cracked globe, you realize he ventured westward, perhaps his spirit unchained by the prospect of unknown territories. During his exile, he sought refuge in small towns like Khalat ibn Salama, a place where time seemed to stand still, a stark contrast to the political chaos back in Tunisia. Some historians muse that this quiet retreat was precisely what ignited his future masterpiece, the Muqaddimah. A mischievous thought crosses your mind. Could it have been here that he contemplated a dust sunscreen? After all, mainstream historical texts mention ancient Egyptians using crocodile dung for sun protection. Let's hope history doesn't repeat itself. You linger near faded maps pinned above wooden charts, pondering the life he built in isolation. While exile stripped him of political power, it gifted him solitude to think, to pen down his evolving theories. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen story. Here, the dusty pages might hold a clue to how he spent those solitary hours. Historians still debate whether he spent his time observing the local customs or penning scathing social critiques. The room's stillness allows you to imagine him pacing, lost in thought. Despite his forced departure, his mind remained a refuge. You can't help but chuckle. Perhaps it's why so many scholars today feel most at home in a good book nook. He found solace in intellectual pursuit, away from the cacophony of palace intrigue. You uncover a parchment tucked between brittle leather volumes, perhaps a fragment that once formed his Muqaddimah. Each word feels freshly inked, as if the ink never fully dried, leaving a faint smudge on your fingertips. Mainstream history tells us this work questioned the very foundations of societal cycles. But was it here, in exile, that the seeds were planted? Even today, some argue he drafted the first outlines in secret, his refuge filled with whispers of rebellious thought. Here, amid faded quills and scattered inks, Khaldun's resilience stands out. His journey from palace diplomat to solitary scholar reflects an irony. Isolation sparked his greatest work. In this quiet cell of contemplation, he found power that no sultan could revoke. Could his quiet exile whisper truths as resonant as any diplomatic pact signed in candlelit chambers? Experts think the solitude forced upon him here became a crucible for his revolutionary ideas on economic models and societal structures. While contemporaries were consumed with fleeting courts, Ibn Khaldun was free to observe the larger patterns of life. Historians still argue whether this exile was his greatest curse or his most powerful tool. You stand in this room, feeling the library's embrace, pondering the many lives within a lifetime. Each exile carries a secret, a hidden key to unlock another level of understanding. For Khaldun, it was here that he unearthed the bedrock of civilization, one dusty page at a time. The library whispers, and in its quietude, you feel the pulse of a man whose banishment forged not just words, but wisdom. As you walk toward the next aisle, you can't help but marvel. Is it possible that every exile is, in truth, a pilgrimage? For within the silence and dust, Khaldun found the echo of history itself, calling out for a mind keen enough to transcribe its secrets. The shelves beckon, filled with tales yet to be told, the mysteries of a man who turned displacement into destiny. The next section of his life begins just beyond the next corner, where shadows of ink still murmur under the whispered roof beams. What new chapters will the library reveal next? Will you uncover the threads that linked his early thoughts to the monumental Muqaddimah? Here, in this sacred space, Ibn Khaldun's journey becomes your own, a step, a breath, and a whisper away from revelation. The aisles unwrap before you like endless corridors of forgotten time, each row a puzzle piece waiting to be found. Here, in the silence of this old library, the past breathes softly through layers of dust. You turn a corner, fingers grazing the spines of ancient manuscripts, and feel the gravitational pull of Ibn Khaldun's story draw you further in. This phase of exile was uniquely isolating, a stark contrast to his previous life of political maneuvering. Historians still argue whether his initial bitterness evolved directly into groundbreaking intellectualism. But here, the dust seems to carry memories etched in both sorrow and revelation. You can almost sense him pacing these aisles, his silhouette an echo frozen in time. As you pause near a large timber desk, you note scattered quills and ink wells, a scholarly battle station where ideas fought for freedom. Imagine him here, poring over manuscripts long faded from memory. Experts think this solitude might have given him clarity, his mind unshackled from the constant intrigues of court life. There's a quiet strength in these rooms, a power not easily granted or taken, born of pure intellectual courage. Quirky history enthusiasts might note that some speculate Ibn Khaldun dabbled in obscure alchemical studies during this time. Picture him squinting over obscure texts, perhaps hoping to find secrets within the ancient formulas, an endeavor that, though fringe, wasn't uncommon among scholars of the age, while mainstream fact has him crafting theories that would alter societal foundations. Perhaps these quieter pursuits provided an unexpected solace. Mainstream history places the drafting of the Muqaddimah during these exiled months. The core of his later philosophical triumphs seems to trace back to this dusty silence he navigated daily. Here, isolation didn't just offer solitude, but a canvas for thought unbounded by political distraction. You trace a delicate finger along worn wooden shelves that might once have held a place for his manuscripts. This was where Khaldun found his voice, a whispered testament to intellectual resilience. Historians still debate the extent to which his first exile directly influenced his work. Some theories suggest that this period sparked not only scholarly evolution, but also a distinct psychological resilience. It's whispered that he even contemplated the cycles of civilizations, a concept that many suggest was influenced less by his prior political career and more by this reflective, sheltered withdrawal. Walking deeper into the maze of books, you uncover volumes that bear his handwriting, scribbled musings in margins, notes that seem freshly penned. You can't help but smile. Here is a man who's turned every stone of his life into a stepping stone. You muse quietly to yourself, imagining him perched at a similar desk to the one you're now touching. Every exile might have been burdensome, but for Khaldun, it birthed innovation from the ashes of displacement. In one corner, a tattered map unfurled, perhaps showing pathways he dreamed of traversing further into scholarly realms. Some whimsical souls speculate if these maps were meant for future travels or metaphorical explorations of intellectual continents. Whatever the case, his thoughts here began to shift into more expansive questions of society, culture, and human progress. An open debate remains whether the seclusion was precisely what his theory on the rise and fall of societies needed to thrive. After all, quiet observation often fosters profound connections between disparate elements. You can almost hear the echoes of his contemplations here, the whispers of pages turning under skilled hands. Your finger stops at a curious notation. Sunlight filters differently here. A gentle laugh emerges. Could this be the same man who penned theories on the very nature of civilization? Here's a reminder. Wisdom sometimes finds its voice amidst the everyday. Experts think that his solitude was fertile ground, not just for his groundbreaking theories, but also for an introspective look into the human condition. As you linger by the desk, you notice the slight dip where his ink-stained fingers might have rested, tracing worlds unseen by others. In the quiet corridors of this library, even silence has its history. Khaldun's thoughts drifted where his politics could not, carving out a refuge in text. You brush off the dust from a nearby tome, whispering his name gently, feeling the weight of his intellectual legacy resting in these walls. A gentle reminder that every exile he faced was another page in a story still being told. For here, in the whispered echoes of this library's past, lies the fertile ground from which Khaldun's thoughts bloomed like a rare desert flower, unexpected, yet profoundly resilient. Walking further, you realize that here in the layers of dust coating these walls, the scholar found wisdom and peace alike. And the library, a silent custodian of such moments, invites you deeper, promising chapters yet to be unveiled. Step closer to the next volume. Feel the whisper of history, an invitation from pages long untouched. You are, after all, a traveler through the same currents of time that once carried this great thinker's dreams. Next aisle beckons, next thought beckons. The echoes of Ibn Khaldun's solitude, preserved in ink and whisper, await your exploration. The next shelf awaits, each manuscript a fragment of his intellectual odyssey. Here, in this quiet sanctuary, Ibn Khaldun found the freedom to let his mind soar. You picture him absorbed in thoughts larger than kingdoms, pondering cycles not just of leaders, but entire civilizations. The dust holds whispers of those grand ideas, still shimmering in the silence. Historians still argue whether it was the isolation itself that sharpened his sociological insights. Without the distractions of court politics, Khaldun could reflect on broader patterns of human behavior. Experts think this time allowed him to develop ideas that prefigured modern thinkers, an intellectual giant in solitude. Quirkily, some scholars suggest his time in the library fostered his interest in cartography. exploring intellectual landscapes as much as physical ones. Picture him tracing imaginary paths through parchment landscapes, mapping not only territories, but connections between ideas. Mainstream history cements this period as the crucible for the Muqaddimah's birth, where the theories that would define his legacy began to take shape. Every thought here became a stone in the foundation of a revolutionary understanding of history's rhythms. You can almost hear the scratching of his quill, each stroke etching thoughts that would echo through centuries. His focus, undisturbed, allowed him to dissect complex social fabrics, how societies form, thrive, and inevitably dissolve. Here, in dusty tranquility, he articulated ideas that still intrigue and inform contemporary discourse. You trace the outline of a desk where he might have pondered the very nature of leadership, the ebb and flow of power. In the corner, you notice an olden compass half buried beneath a tome. It said Khaldun believed explorers sought truth both in lands unseen and the human psyche. That same compass might have helped him navigate through scholarly debates and intellectual dilemmas. There's ongoing debate about how his earlier diplomatic experiences interacted with this creative seclusion. Some believe the political savvy acquired sharpened his analytical edge, providing fertile ground for the sociological insights that would follow. As you brush away the dust, fragments of his thoughts shimmer back at you. Each volume here became a vessel for his evolving ideas, a place where his imagination met ink and paper. You run your fingers along the spines, feeling the potential of untold conversations still preserved by the library's silence. Ibn Khaldun's quest for knowledge continued here, not hindered, but fueled by quiet contemplation. His solitude offered him the chance to challenge existing narratives. Picture him questioning the accepted norms, his insight forming new paradigms on what guides societal growth or decline. The dust holds echoes of intellectual breakthroughs, where centuries-old wisdom found a voice. In another part of the room, a window catches your eye. Maybe that's where he observed the sunlight, understanding patterns, just as he analyzed the structures of civilizations. Every angle of that light offered another layer of metaphor. You turn through another row, sensing how each discovery adds layers to his life story. The room feels alive with silent conversations between the shelves, as if his thoughts could leap from page to page, whispering secrets to those who listen. Your eyes catch a small note. The past isn't gone. It's waiting to be rediscovered. Here, Khaldun found his narrative, each page turned, revealing lessons still pertinent. The quiet library allowed him to trace patterns through human history, a privilege of deep, reflective isolation. As you move, the scent of old paper grounds you. Every corner, a hidden archive of wisdom. Somewhere within these echoes, his voice still lingers, guiding scholars through timeless questions. You smile at the notion, wisdom thriving in silence, history preserved not just in pages, but in the very dust that covers them. The Muqaddimah, with its enduring philosophies, might well have been written in moments of solitude among these very shelves. Each day, each thought building into an intellectual fortress that transcended time. You can hear it in the air, the foundation being laid stone by stone, an entire worldview taking form. On the edges of manuscripts, his musings reveal themselves, brief glances into the mind that dared to redefine historical understanding. The ink still seems fresh, as if his thoughts only await the curious to uncover them. Historians sometimes speculate the degree to which his seclusion allowed him such clarity. Was it the quiet, the introspection, or perhaps a synergistic mix of both? Regardless, what began in these hushed corners transformed our understanding of the world. Remember the compass earlier. Some believe Khaldun's thoughts were the real map, charting unknown territories within human society. You imagine him exploring these invisible continents, his insights uncovering what lay beneath visible realities. This room, his temporary refuge, became a landscape of the mind. Each volume he touched, a stepping stone through his philosophical journey. You can sense the beginnings of concepts that would perplex and enlighten future generations. As you delve deeper, the realization dawns. Exile didn't hold him back. It propelled him. Forced separation turned into intellectual elevation. Here in the library, his mind found liberation, each book a portal to new revelations. It's quiet, respectful, almost sacred. Ibn Khaldun's legacy whispers from each volume, the weight of his wisdom still palpable. You're walking through his thoughts, a scholar adrift in time's library, seeking connections across eras. Every aisle reveals another fragment of his journey. How contemplation in solitude birthed ideas still debated today. Historians may argue the minutiae, but the essence of his solitude remains clear. Here, a philosopher found the echoes that built ages. Even the dust seems to acknowledge his presence, as if history itself paid silent tribute. Each particle, a whisper from the past, carrying his thoughts forward. You run your fingers, not just tracing the books, but the continuum of understanding he left behind. Remember when we speculated about his foray into cartography? That curiosity might have driven him to seek undiscovered narratives buried within the annals of history. Exploring through knowledge, much like how explorers navigate uncharted territories. Here, the library became a living manuscript, its silences and whispers part of the story. You understand that in these walls, Ibn Khaldun built a timeless dialogue between the past and future, his insights bridging centuries. The next volume calls, another thought unfolds. The narrative of his intellectual pursuit spreads, etched in the very essence of this place. With every step, you're not just a visitor, but a fellow traveler through the library of time. His legacy lingers in the stillness, an invitation, come deeper. Each tome holds a secret, each echo a lesson. Ibn Khaldun's thoughts drift through the ages, whispering through the quiet corridors, awaiting discovery. Historians may still debate, but here in the dust, in the silence, wisdom thrives. You step forward, feeling the pulse of his mind still alive, guiding you through the silent aisles of his intellectual haven. You continue tracing his intellectual steps, moving deeper into the library. Today's focus shifts to the marketplace, where economic and social theories begin to form quietly in the dust. Every trade and negotiation in bustling squares translated onto these pages. But here in the quiet, Khaldun contemplated the mechanics behind them. Historians still argue whether his insights into the economic system were radical for his time. Experts think Khaldun's concepts of economic cycles prefigured modern market theories, ideas that resonate even centuries later. Imagine him observing the ebb and flow of commerce, distilling them into principles seen in the rhythm of dust settling on library shelves. Intrigues of medieval trade practices whispered through these books, how merchants negotiated and bartered. You picture Khaldun, perhaps with tongue in cheek, musing about the universal truth of haggling. It's never just about the goods. It's about the art of persuasion. Somewhere in this library lies a dusty echo of that realization. Mainstream history remembers Ibn Khaldun's fascination with the very heartbeat of economic engines. He saw markets as living organisms, thriving on human interactions and societal shifts. Each dusty volume here echoes with his theories about trade and governance, revealing connections still studied in economics. As you brush the dust aside, you recall how he perceived the intricate dance between supply, demand, and human ambition. Picture him crouched over scrolls, decoding patterns that would be recognized centuries later in modern economic theory. The simplicity amidst complexity, that every transaction leaves a mark. A quirky detail during his study of market behaviors. Some believe Khaldun used pigeons to study trade route patterns. Experts think he combined this observation with keen analysis of caravans' journeys, mapping economic movements with avian assistance. Fringe historians debate an enigmatic note found among his papers. Did Khaldun truly advocate for an early form of economic stimulus way back when? The idea remains open to interpretation, sparking lively debates about whether his theories were just ahead of their time or completely innovative. Here in these pages, the dusty whispers of wisdom challenge you as the marketplace lives on, with traders' calls muffled here into mere memory. You can almost hear him chuckling softly. Ibn Khaldun, the economist philosopher, blending the rigor of science with an observer's wit. His keen eye watched economic dynamics like a chess master surveying a board. These dusty volumes hide not just theories, but stories rich with human nature. He likely observed how economic stability often hinged on more than mere gold relationships, trust, and agreements were foundational. Did you ever hear about the time Ibn Khaldun's theories were compared to modern social media algorithms? That quirky crossover highlights how his foundational principles might influence unexpected domains, showing that even in a digital world, timeless ideas find relevance. Each dusty nook in this library hints at his relentless quest to unravel societal complexities. As you sift through the remnants of parchment, the layers of his thought become visible. Like the strata of an ancient landscape, his analysis of economies remains as vivid as the dust that coats these relics, a reminder that knowledge transcends time. In another corner, dimly lit, you notice manuscripts on agrarian policies, hinting at the very roots of economic structures. Khaldun's musings reveal a deep understanding that thriving markets rely on strong agricultural support. Here, dust preserves the wisdom that every modern food delivery app echoes in its core. As you move forward, you're not just a listener, you're an active participant in this intellectual odyssey. Ibn Khaldun's thoughts are whispers around you, challenging you to see connections between past and present. The library, a humble witness to his economic enlightenment, offers quiet lessons. Imagine him here, perhaps with a quill in hand, shaping ideas that even the greatest boardrooms might employ today. His concepts, like the dust, settle into every part of this room: the marketplace, the scholar's desk, blending seamlessly into the library's essence. The dusty silence echoes with his voice, encouraging you to rethink modern economics through his medieval lens. Each thought he left behind isn't merely historical. It's a living, breathing theory that still informs, guides, and evolves. Here, wisdom thrives quietly, patiently waiting to be unearthed again. The very air seems to carry his insights as you walk, each silent alcove filled with the resonance of centuries-old thoughts. You feel it in the atmosphere, the way his mind dissected, reconstructed, and redefined how human societies and economies interact. In the stillness of this room, you're reminded that these economic theories, much like their author, continue to shape the world. The dust holds not just the history, but the future. Ibn Khaldun's voice is an eternal thread, weaving through time, binding each of his theories in memory. As you delve further, the dusty silence transforms. You hear the echo of his questions, pondering principles that both shaped and were shaped by economics. With every book, scroll, and silent whisper, his groundbreaking ideas remain alive, engaging, and provocatively relevant, guiding you through the economic mysteries of the past into the wisdom of the future. You stand in the library's ancient heart, where time seems suspended. Your fingers trace the spines of books, feeling the whispers of history in each particle of dust. You delve into how Ibn Khaldun observed societal patterns, how communities rise and fall in dusty echoes of the past. Every volume you uncover adds to his grand tapestry of history. He witnessed civilizations like Rome before him, thinking, will our own cycles repeat? Historians still argue whether he fully grasped the complex rise of empire dynamics we now study. Picture him quietly sifting through scrolls, perhaps with an arched eyebrow, questioning the endurance of power structures. Fringe scholars point to his lesser-known studies on pre-Islamic tribal societies, wondering if they held clues to understanding the future. Did Khaldun think those dusty Bedouin tents foreshadowed the sprawling cities yet to come? Some suggest his notes contain cryptic predictions about social cohesion. Experts think he may have been onto something centuries ahead of its time. You wander past rows filled with his writings, intrigued by the idea that social cycles are inscribed in every grain of dust. Historians still argue whether ancient societies viewed their fates as cyclical. Khaldun, gazing across dusty libraries, believed so. He saw these patterns as inevitable as the tides, etched in both papyrus and stone. A whisper of a joke comes. Could Khaldun's cycles predict the latest social media trends' rise and fall? Perhaps every viral moment has roots in these dusty principles. You wonder, does a TikTok trend follow the same trajectory as a Roman legion, bound by the same invisible threads of time? Dust swirls around as you uncover more. How empires grow fragile, often from within. One mainstream fact, Khaldun theorized asabiyyah, a social cohesion, which rises and falls like society's own heartbeat. Picture him leaning back, pondering whether the grandeur of his day would crumble, as empires before it had. Hidden in his notes, a curious entry, did he suggest the Nile's floods mirrored human fortunes? Quirky, perhaps, but in sync with how he observed nature's rhythms, paralleling our own societal rise and decline. Experts think he often saw the world through metaphors, as layered as the library's dust. Every page you turn adds depth to his theories. You reflect on how, across time, leaders ignore lessons written by dust at their peril. Historians still debate whether contemporary leaders could learn from Khaldun's dusty wisdom. Would modern policymakers recognize the echoes of their problems in his theories of social cycles? As you explore these ancient manuscripts, echoes from dusty scrolls ask you, are today's global networks just new chapters in old cycles? You ponder Khaldun's insights, aware that societies often repeat mistakes etched in centuries-old grain. His legacy lives in these whispers, offering clarity in the library's dim light. Each book adds depth, each paragraph a new layer of understanding. You sense his mind dissecting, predicting dust not just a byproduct, but a silent witness to his musings. With each discovery, the library transforms from merely old to brimming, with lessons ready to be unwrapped from their slumber. Here, you understand why Khaldun remains relevant. His theories on society's rise and fall transcend time, dust-coated scrolls alive with his foresight. You can almost picture him, a wry smile on his face, as if saying, "Haven't we seen this before?" His dusty musings, living, breathing, echoing, continue to shape how we understand our own civilization's arc. As the library's secrets unfold around you, whispers guide your journey. You feel the past and future stitched together in this room, where dust holds generations of insight. Ibn Khaldun's voice carries through time, challenging you to see patterns etched in each grain, forever observing, teaching, and urging us to understand the tides of time. You meander through the library, feeling the pulse of centuries in every breath. As the whispers of Ibn Khaldun's observations swirl around you, you enter a space where historical echoes resonate most vividly, cultural contrasts etched in age-old dust. He saw the world as layered as parchment, with Bedouin whispers mingling with tales from bustling markets. Khaldun's keen eye didn't just scan books. He watched the intricate dance of diverse cultures. Historians still argue whether his focus on social cohesion foreshadowed modern anthropological theories. Imagine him perched in the corner of a smoky caravan rest stop, jotting notes with an almost conspiratorial grin. Did he secretly enjoy decoding how different tribes navigated their societal complexities while sharing a cup of mint tea? His travel journals had hints of anecdotes as vivid as the desert skies at twilight. Here, among these shelved secrets, you feel the pulse of the Maghreb's expanse, how nomadic trails left subtle patterns in the sands of time. One quirky note uncovered. Did Khaldun ever speculate that camel caravans mirrored the internet of his day? Sure, it's a stretch, but with Khaldun, the connections always seem to sparkle with humor in their boldness. Dust swirls around you as you encounter inscriptions about cultural exchanges, whispered debates, and shared wisdom. You picture him navigating between the formalities of court life and the simplicity of desert dwellings. Historians still ponder how these experiences blended in his worldview. Was there ever a clash, or did these threads weave seamlessly? As you browse through dusty volumes, you sense the pulse of his thoughts about cross-cultural interactions, an eternal dance of influence and resistance. One mainstream fact: Khaldun noticed how conquerors often adopted the cultural practices of the conquered. Picture him raising an eyebrow at the irony of empire builders, embracing the customs of those they overruled. Another grainy whisper entices you. Did he ever suggest the spices traded across continents were early cultural ambassadors? As you brush off ancient texts, you imagine his musings about how cinnamon from Ceylon found its way to Andalusian kitchens. The mere act of seasoning food could be an intercultural bridge. You dive deeper, tracing his thoughts on how desert tales and city scrolls shared an ancient thread of humanity. Each book is a compass pointing to where cultural layers converge. His dusty theories resonate here across time. Are we still, today, trading stories on a global scale through tweets and memes? Some dust-laden notes even hint at Khaldun's fascination with Sufi symbolism in cultural rituals, a hidden tapestry beneath public observance. Experts think his studies of mysticism might reveal hidden societal glue, woven through spiritual threads that tied communities together more subtly than conquest ever could. You wonder, did Khaldun's explorations of cultural complexity help him pen those intricate social theories? Echoes from the ages suggest his ability to dissect diverse norms gave him an unparalleled toolkit. How fitting that modern scholars still dig into his ideas to understand today's multicultural dynamics. Every page turned here in the library transports you to an arena of cultural convergence. Perhaps he saw patterns in the market's mingling of voices that predicted our global networks today. You smirk, imagining him musing over a cup of tea about social media tribes, a new frontier of collective identity. As time stretches in this archive, whispers of past insights guide you. You realize the library isn't just a tomb of tailies, but a living conversation filled with cultural echoes. Ibn Khaldun's legacy continues here, urging you to decipher the intricate patterns interwoven in every grain of dust. The dusty silence surrounds you as you reflect on how deeply cultural narratives shape societal frameworks. Each tome adds depth, its layers of understanding beckoning you closer. Here, cultural observations come alive, as Khaldun intended, dust-preserving stories, urging wisdom, and inviting you to connect across ages. You move through ancient scripts, a wry smile forming as you grasp the complexity of Khaldun's world. He didn't just document, he wove narratives. His dusty dialogues remain alive, challenging you to look beyond the surface and see the deeper patterns that still dance beneath our feet. You pause in the dim light, surrounded by the rustling whispers, where dust holds stories of Ibn Khaldun's return. As you step between towering shelves, each grain seems to pulse with memories of his homecoming. Historians still debate whether it was nostalgia or the search for influence that drew him back to familiar soils. You trace your fingers lightly over worn leather spines, feeling the resonance of a man retracing his steps through olden pathways. It's said that when Khaldun returned, the courts were a hive of gossip. Imagine him in bustling corridors, the scent of sandalwood hanging in the air, quietly observing the subtle power plays and intricate alliances. Some fringe theories suggest that he once entertained the notion. Was every courtier a puppet in an elaborate chess game of statecraft? His silent contemplation might well have been punctuated by wry, internal chuckles at the drama unfolding around him. Here in the library's embrace, you sense the quiet yet profound shift that came with his re-entry. Books creak softly, and you catch echoes of diplomatic whispers. Did his time away sharpen his observational skills, or was he simply revisiting territories he once navigated? That debate continues to linger in academic circles. You lean into the comforting texture of the shelves, fingertips brushing whispers of his insights etched in decades-old ink. Was it within these walls, among these volumes, that Khaldun rediscovered his calling? How fitting it is that libraries, silent keepers of time, would host such transformative reunions. One quirky find caught under the grains of history. There's an unusual account of Khaldun's arrival, coinciding with a rare celestial event, an alignment astronomers still struggle to fully explain. Imagine him glancing skyward on his journey, pondering if the stars' dance carried clues to earthly upheavals. His musings probably flirted with the line between science and mysticism, a tantalizing blend of disciplines. Grainy whispers guide you through sections where Khaldun's reflections mingled with new observations. Experts think that his return was less about personal nostalgia and more a tactical maneuver, reconnecting with roots to reestablish influence. This perspective subtly shifts our understanding of his lifelong work. Did he ever whisper to the library's shadows about his intent? A secret grin playing on his lips at the layers of history and intention intersecting through him. Dust settles lightly around you as you uncover notes linking his return to pivotal shifts in leadership philosophies. You picture him not just as a returning scholar, but as a seasoned navigator of the shifting tides of power. It paints a vivid picture of a man whose legacy wasn't just written in books, but enacted in the very lives and policies he influenced upon his return. Historians still argue whether Khaldun foresaw the eventual decline of the states he once advised. Was there a quiet sadness in his reflective moments, in spaces much like these hushed corridors, as he saw the inevitable cycles unfold before him? Perhaps he thought, with a sardonic gleam in his eye, that history often mimicked the patterns found in the dusty tomes lining these shelves. As you wander through the archive, the atmosphere brims with both comfort and challenge. Here, Ibn Khaldun's return is seen as a confluence of wisdom and action, a subtle thread weaving through the fabric of his era's narratives. You wonder, did he carry regrets? Or did he stride back into known territories with renewed vigor? In the gentle hush of the library, his legacy persists. Dust carries the weight of his reflections back into the scholarly minds who seek them. You feel the pulse of his returning footsteps still shaping conversations, urging modern thinkers to delve deeper into the intricate dance of history, culture, and political wisdom. The resonance of his return, quietly echoing in every shelf and shadow, invites you to ponder. What traces do our journeys leave in the annals of time? The dust holds stories. You just need to listen, as Ibn Khaldun would quietly remind you with that signature knowing glance. A final thought settles in the air as you pause by an old manuscript. Is the true measure of anyone's legacy how often we find their whispers among the pages where future thinkers tread. Khaldun's enduring presence tells a story of both footprints and wisdom, of echoes in the present and guidance through silence. In these ancient halls, you are reminded history is not just recorded, it lives on in the quiet yet persistent reverberations of dust. Dust carries the weight of his reflections as you trace the path of Ibn Khaldun through the library's timeless corridors. His return, a masterful blend of wisdom and action, threads through history's fabric. You feel the subtle vibrations beneath every shelf and shadow. Some experts think his lessons in governance were birthed here. Amid whispers and wisdom, you ponder if he observed, with sardonic curiosity, how the young courtiers scrambled for influence. The debates around his influence remain vibrant. Did his observations become quiet strategies for those he mentored? As you glide through the stacks, you can almost hear the library's breath exhaling secrets. Historians still debate if Khaldun anticipated the eventual decline of states he counseled. As you pause by a worn atlas, old whispers seem to question the fragility of power. Did he see in the dusts dance the inevitable rise and fall of nations? Perhaps there's a hint of wry amusement at how history's cyclical patterns mirror simple, predictable nature. Did you know that some old tales speak of a hidden library door that only opens to those seeking the truth about power? Quiet folklore suggests that Khaldun himself once revealed secrets from this mythical passage. Did he, too, pursue wisdom behind its threshold? Imagination mingles with the reality of this dust-layered labyrinth around you. You step lightly over a creaky floorboard, noting faded ink that carries hints of his pragmatic philosophies. Lessons etched here reveal the subtleties of leadership, the balance between decisive action and the wisdom of patience. It prompts musings. Did his reflection lead to the whispered counsel that subtly altered the era's course? Dusty whispers guide your fingers over brittle pages, revealing practical governance tactics. Here, amidst the musty air, you find fragments of Khaldun's teachings, the art of diplomacy, managing alliances, seeing beyond the curtain of ambition. Your thoughts drift to the modern world. Would his wisdom navigate today's political tides as deftly as those of his time? Some scholars argue that his return wasn't just a path to political influence, but a quest for the balance between wisdom and power. You feel the soft tension between the roles he played, scholarly observer and seasoned advisor. There's almost an audible chuckle in the air at the dualities he embodied, as if the past itself shares a conspiratorial grin with those who listen closely enough. As you navigate deeper, you sense that his thoughts on power weren't just written, but lived, embodied in the decisions he navigated upon his return. Dusty reflections reveal a man who balanced knowledge with statecraft, who understood that wisdom often resided quietly behind layers of history. And yet, did Khaldun's return also bring a touch of pragmatic disappointment? Some think he found a court preoccupied with the ephemeral. Even as he searched for deeper roots, could he see the futility in the fleeting ambitions while seeking to plant seeds of lasting governance? His musings may very well have flirted with moments of cynicism as much as wisdom. This library, a silent keeper of such paradoxes, now holds your curiosity. What marks did those quiet guidance lessons leave on the fabric of his time? Even today, scholars find traces of his pragmatic touches in the most unexpected places. You feel a rush of dust as a volume falls into place, as if the library itself confirms the presence of his enduring influence. Historians still argue if he was a master of the subtle game he observed, or if he sought to transcend it through wisdom alone. Your journey through these whispers feels like navigating his legacy, dust settling gently, revealing echoes of his life work. This hallowed silence, with its weight of ages, still speaks volumes through every grain, every sigh of the past. In the gentle rhythm of your passage, you sense his presence, a wise guide among shadows and stacks. Dusty footsteps weave through memory and lesson alike, leading you to ponder both his advice and your own steps forward. As history carries on in every whisper, you reflect that wisdom, like dust, permeates the very fabric of time. A final note settles before you as you pause by an old map. Is governance then, and now, a careful dance between ambition and wisdom, played out on the grand stage of history? In the resonant silence of these library aisles, the echoes of Ibn Khaldun's footsteps remind you that power, tempered with insight, crafts enduring paths through the dust of ages. A new chapter unfurls beneath your fingers as the library reveals deeper layers, threads of Sufi wisdom intertwined with dust-laden memories. Here, the lines between earthly knowledge and spiritual insight blur, whispering secrets that have danced across centuries. You trace the silent footprints of mystics who once sought union within these serene walls. The delicate brush of pages carries Ibn Khaldun's whispers, bridging the material and the divine. Sufism beckoned his introspection. Could one find divine truths within the quiet corridors of thought? Some believe he gleaned his first spiritual inklings while studying beneath a gnarled olive tree. That tree, still standing, holds branches heavy with tailies waiting to be breathed into the present. Historians still argue whether Khaldun embraced Sufi metaphysics or regarded them critically. It's said he found solace in the Sufi doctrine of oneness, but may have questioned its dogmatic edges. Perhaps he, ever the observer, found value in both, a balance between rational governance and mystical unity. The debate lingers, echoing with each sigh of dust you stir. Dusting off a text, you glimpse a mention of Rumi's poetry inscribed in the margins. Khaldun's own reflections here speak to hearts attuned to the whispers between heartbeats. Imagine some think he met Ibn Arabi's disciples during one of his travels. Fringe lore speculates a secret discourse between him and the great mystic occurred under the stars, words flowing like whispered winds. You wonder, did the rhythms of Sufi devotion shape his profound cyclical theories? Their spiritual cycles might hint at how societies rise and fall, merging with the cosmic ebb and flow of existence. Quiet insights intertwine, each whisper a piece of wisdom in the grand puzzle. This library holds layers of spiritual whispers. Some say a hidden Sufi manuscript is etched in the hidden alcove. Did he perhaps leave clues within this sanctuary, meant for discerning seekers like you? The thought of him leaving a contemplative pathway adds intrigue to your journey through grainy echoes of the past. Walking these quiet spaces feels like following an invisible thread through history's tapestry. You pause to sense his contemplative breaths, a Sufi's stillness echoing in the air. Here, in this ethereal dust, he pondered inner wisdom as much as the external world, a duality that whispers its secrets through the ages. The quiet of this library seems to grow, wrapping you in an almost meditative embrace. You feel Khaldun's thoughts on the duality of leadership and spirituality, where inner peace fuels, guiding others. Dusty corners unfold into stories of the unseen world, where he may have danced between the temporal and the eternal. You glimpse fragmented quotes from a text on Sufi music. Did he find rhythm and rhyme within scholarly pages, or under moonlit melodies? The gentle susurrations echo Sufism's dance of the soul, its cadences weaving through your present reality. History vibrates softly beneath your touch, its whispers urging, listen, learn, and perhaps let the spiritual dust guide new thoughts within you. As you trace his thoughts, a modern curiosity arises. Could Sufi wisdom hold solutions for today's complexities? Some philosophers argue that reconnecting with contemplative practices could bridge our tumultuous modern era. The idea flutters in your mind, carried by whispers you feel, and not just those of Khaldun, but of many seekers before and after him. Dusty shelves seem to nod knowingly as the library holds its breath around you. Each text you touch tells a tale of the mystical journey Khaldun may have pondered, where intellectual brilliance meets spiritual depth. An open debate emerges in your mind. Did his immersion in Sufi ideas transform his historical analysis? Some say his unique socio-political insights were sharpened by inner wisdom, merging the seen with the unseen. Here, in the quiet spaces between thoughts, your presence bridges centuries. Khaldun's legacy shimmers in the dust, a mystic's contemplations mingling with a scholar's observations. Each grain of dust you disturb carries echoes of wisdom waiting to guide you through these interwoven paths of history and spirituality. As you glide through these silent shelves, you sense the convergence of material and metaphysical that shaped so much of Khaldun's reflections. In these whispers and breaths, history and spirit resonate together. The library holds on to its secrets, each dusty touch a passage, each step a new verse in the timeless symphony. What hidden dialogues might you uncover in the folds of this ancient sanctuary? The gentle, curious whispers guide your thoughts deeper, carrying them through time's quiet breaths. In this convergence of knowledge and spirituality, you find not only Khaldun's musings, but universal truths, softly stirring within the dust. People and promises echo through the ancient air dust, holding the delicate threads of social fabric. You run your fingers across a worn manuscript, feeling the weight of collective agreements etched into the very fibers of these old pages. Trust built amid secrecy, woven tapestries of societal contracts. Ibn Khaldun pondered the compacts that bind communities. His insights go beyond political stratagems, a quiet recognition that shared trust creates stability. In one dusty corner, a half-forgotten note hints at his study of tribal laws. The Bedou's honor codes that regulated behavior across the desert expanses. History still debates how much clan loyalty influenced his societal analyses, the argument echoing alongside your thoughts. Some whisper he held secret consultations with mystic societies. Fringe stories suggest he deciphered ancient scrolls discussing invisible social ties, perhaps even mystical guilds that controlled trade routes through silent agreements. What if our view of social contracts includes those unwritten codes? Historians still argue whether these clandestine influences shaped his perspective. Your hand brushes across an ornate text. It's a copy of the Muqaddimah, some sections underlined, perhaps by him. You observe passages on asabiyyah, the social cohesion that binds groups. Khaldun's theories predate modern sociology, yet resonate deeply today. Consider how online communities create digital asabiyyah, or how social media threads mirror the connectivity of olden caravan trails. His ideas have long roots in both tangible laws and intangible consensus, a puzzle that dust quietly reveals. Whispers carry a memory of the great mosque where he once taught. Scholars gathered around, discussing the unspoken vows that underpin society. A peculiar fact tucked away in the margins shows he studied Berber customs, tracing how informal agreements could shift economies. Was it in those ancient markets where he saw social contracts unfolding? Merchants swearing unwritten oaths amid bustling trade. Your journey through the library feels like traversing living memory. You glimpse an early reference to what we today call social capital, those unseen reservoirs of trust in community networks. He might have contemplated how these bonds fluctuate with seasons, tightening in communal harvests, loosening in times of drought. The balance of collective good and individual desires, a fine line etched in each dust particle you disturb. In a forgotten passage, a quirky speculation surfaces. Did Khaldun ever theorize about secret guilds of storytellers who shaped public opinion through their narratives? Could oral traditions be social contracts in disguise, binding listeners to unspoken norms? It's intriguing to think how the echoes of fireside tales carried subtle agreements into the next generations. Historians still argue whether his treatises included elements of social magic, rituals, and symbols that bind groups. You wonder, did he think that the shared act of listening to a story had magical cohesion properties, forming societies through shared mythologies? In these dusty pages, you sense Khaldun grappling with what binds us beyond mere rules, how unwritten pacts form the bedrock of civilizations. The subtle interplay of formal and informal agreements comes to life as you trace a path through the library. Consider the curious tradition of silent trade mentioned in ancient travel logs. Merchants from disparate regions would swap goods without speaking, an extreme form of trust. Khaldun might have noted this as a primal form of asabiyyah, where trust transcends language. Each dust particle seems infused with questions of loyalty and obligation. As you study the faded margins, you notice annotations discussing ancient water-sharing compacts in the Maghreb, agreements that could survive centuries. The enduring nature of these alliances reflects the binding power of shared resources, a concept Khaldun would analyze through both economic and social lenses. Dust swirls around you, perhaps echoing his journey to the Alhambra. Their intricate inscriptions speak of silent agreements between Moors and Christians. Some believe hidden treaties were etched into architectural elements, merging art with social contract. While historians debate the extent of these hidden compacts, the thought alone amplifies the invisible agreements that have shaped coexistence. In this quiet library, you explore how promises bind eras. Khaldun's insights resonate with modern theories of social cohesion, echoes in governance, community health initiatives, even workplace trust dynamics. You're left to ponder, could his theories of group solidarity inspire contemporary solutions? These whispered dust tailies hold both the wisdom of the past and potential keys to our future. Every step through the library unfolds more layers of Khaldun's contemplations. Your fingers trace the delicate dust now, uncovering his inquiries into human interdependence. How unwritten pacts carry the weight of societies, just as those dusty books hold the whispers of ancient wisdom. Here, amid the quiet shadows, you find the thread that continues to weave through time, binding us across centuries. Each word you decipher adds to the tapestry of knowledge. You think about the dusty corners that remain unexplored, the untold stories waiting in the silence. As the library holds its breath around you, you sense the quiet pulse of those who came before. Ibn Khaldun's musings on trust and collective cohesion, those unseen ties that continue to whisper in the dust. Your journey through this archival realm becomes a personal exploration of what truly binds us. In the quiet resonance of these dusty tomes, you find not just the echoes of agreements past, but the blueprint for societal futures. This library, this silent keeper of promises, stands as a testament to the enduring power of social contracts woven through time. You leave the bustling heart of the library and wander toward quieter aisles, a retreat where Khaldun's twilight years reside in whispers. Dust dances as you brush against old manuscripts, each grain bearing his later reflections. Historians still argue whether these final texts were mere quill-scrawled musings or a deliberate philosophical pivot. Your hand traces a passage about decline, but not just the fall of empires. He speaks of wisdom gained in retreating tide pools, the clarity that comes with withdrawal from chaotic politics. Did he envision himself as one of those pools, catching reflections of a quieter truth? Some speculate he might have dabbled in alchemy during his later years. Could dusty pages conceal coded formulas alongside his social theories? Fringe beliefs hint at secret experiments meant to distill knowledge itself. Though scholars would scoff at such notions, was there truth hidden in those seemingly idle, dusty corners? Perhaps we'll learn if the shadows ever yield their secrets. This quiet library holds moments that reveal his views on leadership, softened by age. In one dim corner, you find notes about the Berber traditions of elder councils. Governance rooted in gray hairs, one faded line snickers. He pondered deeply about wisdom, not as conquest, but as curated knowledge, passed gently through threads of time, dusty whispers of lived experience. Your discovery of a forgotten scroll reveals Ibn Khaldun's contemplation of solitude's virtues. You can almost hear his chuckles as you read annotations on how isolation might sharpen insight. In solitude, he muses, one converses with eternity. Was quiet contemplation his way of balancing the frenetic pace of a life spent in political whirlwinds? Fringe thinkers believe he could foresee modern digital solitude, how amusing he'd find our screens, both a marvel of connection and a cell of isolation. Would he have theorized about online networks as extensions of asabiyyah, or perhaps seen them as virtual kasaba, markets of the mind? He might also have pondered how solitude shapes collective wisdom. Imagine his wry smile at our think pieces, now circulated through echo chambers. But did he understand the necessity of withdrawing to understand the power in stepping aside to glimpse the broader tapestry? Did he see wisdom in decline? Historians still debate whether he advocated withdrawal as a strategic maneuver, or merely accepted the ebbs of influence as life's natural rhythm. You trace his words, finding a curious line about the autumn of intellect, suggesting that maturity isn't just acceptance, but a refined form of action. Retirement, or redirection of effort, each breath of dust now whispers with this contemplative energy. You recall the dusty alcoves of the Andalusian archives, where he mused over crumbling manuscripts. Some say he believed that knowledge grows deeper when it sheds the pressure of public life, much like how ancient trees produce their richest bark in silence. Could wisdom require the quiet shade more than the spotlight? Pause a moment, feeling a shift. You're no longer just reading about his ideas, you're embodying them. It's almost as if the shadows around you are his final whispers, challenging us to find value in retreat. Could it be that, in our connected age, the dusty solitudes of the past hold untapped wisdom? Historians still debate whether he saw retreat as a form of action, a subtle strategy in the dance of life. Your path through these ancient tomes feels like navigating a mindscape that valued contemplation as much as conflict, perhaps more. Each dusty whisper nudges you to question, reflect, and listen for truths hidden in the quiet. And so you move deeper, sensing Khaldun's final footprints in fading manuscripts. His legacy isn't just in the noise of his triumphs, but in the thoughtful silence of his final breaths. Your own footsteps now echo his journey, each pause a meditation, each step a choice between silence and proclamation. Journeying deeper, you tread paths where Khaldun's weary steps once fell, echoes of his travels etched in library dust. Each grain whispers his reflections, hinting at the toll of relentless wanderlust. Historians still argue whether travel strengthened or exhausted his spirit. His words here, in the twilight of his journeys, hold a certain heaviness. They suggest a soul once buoyed by curiosity, now seasoned by miles and memories. Did the vast Mediterranean vistas offer solace, or simply stretch his longing further? Fringe tailies speak of his dust compass, a hypothetical tool said to navigate unseen wisdom trails across the desert sands. Would he have imagined a device capturing knowledge currents, much like sailors read the stars? Some claim he believed such whispers could be distilled into compasses, guiding through life's labyrinth. Open debate persists about whether these musings were mere metaphor or hints at hidden knowledge. Your fingers graze across lines, pondering the weight of wandering, as you imagine him, weary scholar, ever traveling, finding stillness only amidst quiet pages. What did he seek in all those horizons? Was it answer, or merely a question well-traveled? Khaldun's reflections blend travel's burdens with a deeper understanding of his life's path. One passage muses on the paradox of journey, the accumulation of wisdom and weariness in tandem. Heavy backpacks and heavier thoughts, he half jokes, reminding us that feet tread paths while minds weave patterns. Some days the distance traveled is counted in steps, others by the thoughts churned up through miles walked. You pause by a shelf, holding his notes from North African adventures. Did he think of those deserts as life's empty scroll, ready for wisdom to etch upon? The vast dunes could echo one's inner quiet or amplify one's anxieties. Perhaps for him, every horizon was a lesson or a riddle wrapped in sand and sunlight. A curious fragment here speaks of traveler's twilight, not a geographic term, but an emotional state. Historians disagree whether this was his own term or a scribe's misinterpretation. Did every journey eventually stretch into a weary dusk, settling wisdom with its shadows? Some believe it hinted at his own fading light, not a literal sunset, but the gradual dimming of life's urgent questions. Your steps through these corridors follow a thinker for whom movement was both literal and philosophical. In dusty silence, you sense a mind pondering movement's dual nature, its ability to broaden and to burden. Each tome tells tales of cities visited, lessons gleaned, and wisdom accumulated. Yet, each journey's weight is here, written in faint ink and weary phrases. Continuing slowly, you trace the toll his journeys took on his soul. Did he find in movement a search for answers, or a reflection of life's inherent restlessness? Historians ponder if Khaldun's late life wanderings fueled a richer understanding, or merely reflected his inability to rest. As you immerse deeper into this library's quiet alcoves, you reflect that perhaps both were true. Each mile traveled may have worn his body, but enriched his mind, making his final musings heavy yet profound. In this balance of exhaustion and enlightenment, he found peace, written here in grains and echoes. Could it be that in understanding travel's toll, we come closer to grasping Khaldun's ultimate lesson, a balance between seeking and stillness, a journey between questions and answers? Each dusty whisper guides you closer to this paradox, urging you to consider how movement itself might be an expression of wisdom's unending pursuit. And so you find yourself within these walls, bearing witness to Khaldun's legacy, not as separate from the past, but as a part of its ongoing conversation, each pause and step echoing through library dust. The library's hush welcomes you as you move toward the final chapters of Ibn Khaldun's life, his words now infused with the weight of years and miles traversed. Here, in the convergence of history and reflection, his wisdom ripens like late-season fruit, brimming with the sweetness of experience. Historians still argue whether Khaldun's later years in Cairo were his most fruitful, or merely a shadowed echo of past brilliance. Did solitude sharpen his mind, or did it simply allow nostalgia's gentle pull? Some believe his final works, crafted amid the city's vibrant pulse, radiate a ripened depth, suggesting even stillness held its own restless inquiries. Fringe historians whisper about what they call his dusk manuscripts. Supposedly, fragments discovered later hinted at a philosophical shift, not documented in his well-known tomes. Did he dabble in esoteric concepts, exploring realms beyond strict historiography? Some claim these lost pages spoke of time's fluidity and existence's woven tapestries, or were they the mere musings of a fading mind, seeking patterns? One recurring debate among scholars concerns his interpretations of legacy. Did Khaldun truly believe his insights would echo through ages, or was his later work an effort to anchor against the inevitable slippage into obscurity? Some believe his final volumes exude a quiet confidence, while others interpret them as the fervent attempts of a scholar bracing against the tide of forgetfulness. You feel the silence shift, a gentle murmur of history's undercurrent, as if the dust itself carries an echo of his thoughts, a whispered library of lessons learned and pondered anew. Here, amidst these quiet shelves, his reflections take on a timeless resonance, each one a compass for navigating the complexities of existence. Was there ever truly an end to his quest, or did each answer merely unveil deeper questions? Moving slowly, you trace the lines of his final considerations, words etched in a careful hand, the ink a dark stream through the grain of time. His later reflections speak of the paradox of knowledge, its ability to illuminate, yet also obscure, leaving shadows deeper than those it chases away. You can almost see him here, not burdened by his steps, but lightened by their purpose, searching for patterns in the vast, sprawling tapestry of human existence. In his later years, Khaldun grappled with the concept of time, its linearity questioned, its hold on humanity, both tight and tenuous, a historical fact. He argued that societies evolve through cycles, influenced by cohesion and corruption, an echo of patterns repeating. Did he foresee this cyclicality as a warning, or was it an acceptance of the inevitable rhythm of rise and fall? As scholars sifted through his final notebooks, they found a curious list titled 7 Questions of Eternal Reflection. While some view it as a straightforward exercise in historical inquiry, others consider it a meditation on the human condition. Among them, what remains of us in the eyes of future generations? Does legacy lie in our actions, or merely in the whispers of those who carry on our stories? The open question among historians was Khaldun's later emphasis on cyclicality, an acknowledgement of futility, or a profound understanding of renewal's inevitability. Can we, like Khaldun, trust in history's vast, repeating arcs, and still seek to carve out moments of significance? He left readers with the challenge not to resist time, but to dance with its relentless pull, drawing meaning from its intricate steps. Even as his body grew weary, his mind remained acutely aware, like a weathered traveler catching glimpses of unknown constellations. His musings here suggest a wisdom born of balance, the interplay of knowledge gathered and simplicity embraced. In the library's soft whispers, you almost sense his serene smile, content with the unknowns he leaves behind, and the paths yet unexplored. Your fingers brush over notes, detailing his observation of the Nile's enduring presence. Here he reflects on the river's constancy and its influence on Egyptian life, a reminder that some forces endure regardless of history's shifting landscape. Is there a parallel in wisdom's nature, a quiet persistence beneath the cacophony of change? Did Khaldun find in his twilight years a comfort in the perpetual motion of inquiry, or did it merely amplify the restlessness of his mind? Some believe his later writings show peace, an acceptance of history's ebb and flow. Others find in his words a lingering unease, as if even in life's dusk, questions crowded too close. In his final thoughts, he speaks of travel not just as physical journeys, but as a metaphor for life's exploration. Was his incessant movement a search for answers, or a retreat from stillness, inevitable questions, perhaps both movement and rest entwined, each giving rise to the other. You wonder if, amidst these ancient walls, he found what he'd sought all along, a repository of wisdom passed down through eras. In every line, you glimpse his hope for understanding, a scholar's wish for echoes of thought to bridge the passage of time. In the quiet aftermath of discovery, you feel the convergence of past and present, his insights threading seamlessly into your own. The library holds its breath, each speck a piece of the puzzle, urging you to contribute your reflections, to carry forth the conversation. Is Khaldun's true legacy found in his theories and tomes, or in the timeless questions he dared to explore? As his final words blend into the dust's ancient murmurs, you know both exist in perfect harmony, leaving modern wanderers with a blueprint for navigating the infinite pathways of wisdom and time. Harbor towns sprawl around you, dust carries whispers of Andalusia's lore. Here, cultures entwine like the scents of exotic spices, wafting through crowded markets. Ibn Khaldun's presence mingles with the echoes of diverse philosophies that thrive in these crossroads of civilizations. Historically, the Andalusian region boasted libraries of remarkable diversity, a melting pot of knowledge where scholars from different traditions shared their ideas. Remember his travels through lands rich with intellectual exchange. The great library of Cordoba alone was said to house 500,000 volumes, a veritable ocean of manuscripts from ancient Greece, Islamic scholars, and Jewish sages, all living side by side. Imagine walking those halls, your fingers tracing titles in Arabic, Hebrew, and Latin. In a quirkier turn, some fringe historians speculate that during his Andalusian days, Khaldun encountered proto-science fiction concepts. Picture him reading works blending the boundaries of reality and fantasy, narratives exploring flying machines, and unseen forces centuries before their official invention. Did these ancient tales subtly shape his forward-thinking approach? Or were they simply delightful flights of fancy left to gather dust? Meanwhile, scholars still argue whether his time in Andalusia was primarily a period of scholarly retreat or active engagement. Did he serve as just an observer of the region's intellectual life, absorbing knowledge quietly? Or was he an active participant, debating fiercely in the famous academies of Granada and Seville? Some manuscripts suggest he contributed significantly to medical texts alongside philosophy, while others describe quiet days spent in contemplation, never hinting at his influence. Here, you stroll the library's labyrinthine corridors, every turn bringing new insights. Khaldun's experience in Andalusia reveals a tapestry woven from myriad threads, Arab poets' verses intermingling with European scholars, mystical Sufi ideas colliding with cutting-edge mathematics. Historians still debate whether his famous asabiyyah, social cohesion theory, was influenced more by North African tribal structures, or the civic organizations flourishing in Andalusian cities? Did the vibrant municipal systems here ignite his ideas about group solidarity, or were they merely different expressions of the same principle? Each whispered debate adds depth to his reflections. You feel like a detective uncovering clues in the dust's swirling dance. His engagement with the Jewish Golden Age scholars could explain certain linguistic nuances in his later texts, hinting at a broader range of influences. Perhaps he even debated with Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon Maimonides, whose philosophies bridged Jewish law and Aristotelian science. Can you imagine their arguments echoing in these forgotten halls, each challenging the other with razor-sharp logic? Yet, these vibrant exchanges were shadowed by the turmoil building along the Iberian frontier. The Reconquista's rising tide threatened to wash away these multicultural havens. Khaldun's observations about empires in decline might reflect this tension, watching as centuries of knowledge risked being swallowed by religious and political zeal. Perhaps in Andalusia's decline, he discerned the early clues for his sweeping theories about the unavoidable cycles of rise and fall. Here, in your peregrinations, you encounter dusty tomes detailing Moorish engineering marvels, irrigation systems, and stargazers' observatories. Could these innovations have influenced his thoughts on societal progress? Did he ponder the ways material advancements eventually falter without the binding force of asabiyyah to sustain them? The question of Andalusian engineering's true legacy, a triumph, or a cautionary tale, lingers in the air. Let's not forget the region's renowned culinary history, where spices from around the world mingled in kitchen cauldrons. A historian's delight was the exchange of recipes and flavor profiles, also an exchange of philosophical and scientific concepts, an open question among experts. Did the blending of cultural ingredients mirror intellectual synthesis? And did Khaldun's travels expose him to the early seeds of modern empiricism found in alchemical pursuits? Your journey circles back, weaving through dusty alcoves where every shelf whispers different eras, wisdoms, Greek logic, Sufi mysticism, Arabic mathematics, Jewish theology, all resonating in those Andalusian moments. As the dust settles momentarily, you sense Khaldun's enduring legacy, not merely in theory, but in bridging divides, embracing the cacophony of voices echoing in time's vast, silent library. Desert winds whip up the past as you follow the tale he's carried by Maghreb's expanse. The Maghreb, Northwest Africa's coastal expanse, echoes with histories that interlace like desert dunes shaped by eternal breezes. Here, Ibn Khaldun's story mingles with the whispers of empires, tribal lineages, and the silent guardians of ancient knowledge. Historically speaking, the Maghreb served as a strategic nexus for trade routes connecting sub-Saharan Africa with Mediterranean civilizations. Can you picture caravan trails where gold, salt, and stories were exchanged? The University of Al-Qaryawiyyin in Fez, founded in 859 AD, stands as the world's oldest continuously operating higher education institution. Imagine lecture halls echoing with debates that could easily rival modern-day academic symposiums, but with more incense and lanterns. On the quirky side, think about how some accounts suggest Khaldun himself may have used secret inks while composing his Muqaddimah. Legend has it, he'd write cryptic messages between the lines that only became legible under candlelight. Intrigued, picture a scholar in his hidden study, surrounded by flickering flames, revealing coded theories, perhaps lost to time. But let's ponder one of those ever-present scholarly debates. To what extent did Ibn Khaldun's own tribal affiliation shape his social cohesion theory, the famous asabiyyah? Historians still argue whether his insights stem solely from Berber roots or a synthesis of observed socio-political patterns across vast territories. Was his intellectual framework deeply personal or universally applicable? You sift through the dust, searching for the missing piece. Here, dusty whispers tell tales of the Almohad dynasty that once dominated the Maghreb. In its rise and subsequent decline, Khaldun saw reflections of his cyclic theories of empires. Each echo invites you to compare its structures with the Roman Empire. Power ebbs and flows, regardless of geography. Is there a universal rhythm beneath the shifting sands? Your fingers brush against texts where Khaldun might have noted these parallels, hidden between historical commentaries. Beneath the weight of ancient manuscripts lies the story of the famous Zirid-al-Moravid conflict, a clash rooted in political dynamics as complex as modern-day geopolitics. Khaldun's analysis likely saw not just battles, but shifts in economic power, social structures, and shifting allegiances. Did he recognize here the fragile balance of asabiyyah, which would one day echo in modern-day statecraft theories? Your feet tread lightly as you pass through alcoves filled with ancient astronomical writings and geographical maps. The Maghreb, with its strategic location, was a hub of early navigation and cartography. Khaldun's familiarity with these sciences must have influenced his understanding of trade routes' impact on civilizational rise and decline. Were his economic theories merely academic or deeply pragmatic? Historians would love to debate that one. Let's take a detour into the fringe theories. The concept of hidden libraries, underground depositories of ancient wisdom, supposedly protected by secret brotherhoods. Could Khaldun have had access to such arcane collections? Imagine him descending into candlelit vaults beneath mosque courtyards, unearthing dusty volumes that reshaped his intellectual universe. Did these treasures contribute to his surprisingly progressive views on governance and society? Back to more grounded territory. Historians often debate the extent of Khaldun's role during the Marinid dynasty's golden age in Morocco. Was he merely an advisor? Or did he actively help shape policies that impacted economic and military strategies? Scattered manuscripts hint at political treatises bearing his seal, while others obscure his influence behind layers of anonymous authorship. Your mind sifts through this scholarly haze, piecing together the truth. You pause near ancient astrological texts, recalling the Maghreb's deep tradition of integrating celestial sciences with social philosophy. Was Khaldun's theory of historical cycles, a notion somewhat similar to astrology's belief in planetary influence rooted in these astronomical traditions. Experts still weigh whether astrology served as merely a contemporary lens, or if it was a fundamental pillar of his cyclical historical theories. The tales intertwine like weaving tapestries. Berber tribes' oral histories, Arabic scriptural debates, and Andalusian cultural influences, all converging in a confluence of knowledge. Khaldun might have reflected on how these intersections shaped collective memory. Did oral traditions carry deeper truths than written laws? The dusty answer remains elusive, carried by whispers through ages. Here in the Maghreb narratives, you glimpse Khaldun's universal ambition, a thinker reaching beyond his era's confines. Was his overarching goal to create a unified theory of civilizations, or simply document patterns he observed within his own lived history? His vision, spanning from the bustling markets of Fez to the silent expanses of the Sahara, hints at ambitions as vast as the desert itself. Your journey doesn't pause. It gathers fragments from every corner, every whisper, creating a mosaic stitched by time's invisible threads. Maghreb's libraries carry echoes that transcend ages, blending into a continuous symphony of wisdom. Ibn Khaldun's intellectual legacy, interwoven with desert winds and ancient halls, is a treasure that grows richer with every whisper you uncover. The desert's silent guardians still hold secrets, ancient scrolls, hidden codices, dusty remnants of intellectual giants. You feel like a modern-day explorer, navigating the labyrinthine paths where history and theory meld into an eternity of thought. What will the next shelf reveal? What echoes lie just out of reach, waiting for you to bring them back into the light? Your footsteps echo softly as you navigate between dusty tomes, silent companions to the whispers of ancient scholars. Circles of thought connect in this hallowed space. Intellectual kinship weaves through every grain of dust. A world of ideas shared in quiet whispers where the mind never sleeps. Imagine Ibn Khaldun surrounded by contemporaries who challenged, inspired, and propelled each other into new realms of thinking. Intellectual friendships weren't just collegial, they were the lifeblood of his revolutionary insights. As you brush off texts written in the margins, there's a sense that these thinkers sparred verbally like today's debate clubs, but with higher stakes. After all, in those days, losing an argument might get you exiled, or worse. You encountered dusty fragments of correspondence between Khaldun and his friend, and critic. The esteemed mathematician Al-Battani, their letters reveal a dance of ideas, where Al-Battani's theories on astronomy pushed Khaldun toward his own historical cycles hypothesis. Experts think their partnership might be one of history's most underrated intellectual relationships, much like how modern-day bromances fuel creative energy. But who were these peers? Historians still argue whether the famed Andalusian poet Ibn Khaldun quietly influenced Khaldun's economic theories. Some suggest Khaldun's lyrical descriptions of wealth and barter systems may have acted as early catalysts, echoing through the dusty air as they wandered shared garden paths, discussing commerce over fresh pomegranates. One fact is clear: intellectual friendships crossed borders and disciplines. Picture the Maghreb region, a true academic melting pot, where Arabic, Berber, and Andalusian minds converged. You might even find it curious how these alliances flourished despite geographic distances. Think long before Zoom calls. These scholars relied on messenger pigeons and code hidden within poetry. Every ancient text you uncover tells tales of these scholarly kinships. Let's look at Khaldun's interactions with the influential Andalusian scholar Ibn al-Khatib. Together, they navigated the thin line between royal courts and academia, balancing intellectual integrity with political necessity. Their debates likely raged late into the night, fueled by cups of sweetened mint tea, an invigorating elixir for any thinker's mind. In this shared space of academic camaraderie, Khaldun's theories weren't just born, they took flight on the wings of collective insight. Picture intellectual roundtables in bustling city squares, where ideas flowed alongside the evening breezes. Here, Ibn Khaldun was both mentor and muse, a participant in the very web of thoughts you're now brushing free from the dust. But let's not overlook how these friendships were documented or coded. One fringe theory suggests that scholars in the Maghreb region used botanical metaphors to conceal their true intellectual exchanges. Imagine reading through a treatise on olive harvesting and realizing the fruits of wisdom were code for revolutionary social theories. Think cryptography meets horticulture, an ancient scholar's equivalent of a hidden emoji. And here's a modern callback. Remember those secret ink letters from the Maghreb tales? Experts think even the famous polymath Averroes employed coded correspondence. Could these encrypted messages form the backbone of many now legendary intellectual connections? Your fingertips trace the dust, half expecting to reveal hidden dialogues etched in invisible ink. As you sift through texts, a striking thought emerges. Were these friendships the secret weapon of ancient academics in the same way today's think tanks drive innovation through collaboration? Perhaps medieval scholars relied on their intellectual alliances just as much. The dusty whispers suggest that no groundbreaking idea ever blossomed in isolation. Every breakthrough was a dance of collective minds. Consider this: Historians still debate whether Khaldun's concept of asabiyyah wasn't solely his own, but a synergistic product of his intellectual ecosystems. His exposure to various scholarly traditions, Almohad theology, Zirid economics, likely helped him crystallize his theories. Did he reach eureka moments through collaborative sparks? The dusty answer lies somewhere in these silent pages. Every shelf holds a connection point. Each manuscript reveals another layer of intellectual interplay. Picture Ibn Khaldun discussing market dynamics over a shared cup of cardamom coffee, weaving complex theories as seamlessly as a merchant knots incense bundles. His mind flourished in an atmosphere of debate and discovery, his insights reflecting a collective endeavor hidden within these dusty volumes. And what about those secret societies we mentioned earlier? Some theorize that these weren't merely guardians of hidden texts, but active intellectual forums. Imagine subterranean chambers illuminated by candlelight, where ideas flowed more freely than wine. These hidden academies may have incubated many of Khaldun's most revolutionary concepts, nurtured in spaces far from royal scrutiny. Finally, you reach a cluster of manuscripts whose binding suggests Andalusian craftsmanship. What dialogues emerged from these cultural exchanges? Historians propose that intellectual friendships often crossed cultural boundaries, creating an interconnected web of thought. Khaldun might not just have exchanged ideas, but philosophies, each correspondence a thread in his vast historical tapestry. Through each dusty whisper, you glean the strength of these intellectual connections. No idea was too controversial, no question too probing in the safety of shared pursuit. Here, Ibn Khaldun's friendships weren't just collaborations. They were vital vessels carrying forward the rivers of his wisdom into the world. You trace a finger along half-visible etchings, feeling a deep resonance with these storied exchanges, as if even the dust holds traces of intellectual camaraderie. Perhaps true innovation, back then as now, thrives on this blend of challenge and empathy found in intellectual friendships. Whispers and musings dance all around, as if the room itself remembers the fervor of scholarly companionships once held within its walls. Wouldn't it be intriguing to think that those centuries-old debates still ripple through time, shaping not just Ibn Khaldun's legacy, but the very texture of modern thought? So, as you ponder those whispered conversations, remember, you're walking in a space where intellectual friendships wove the very fabric of history. In the dim, hallowed chambers where whispered ideas still linger, historians speculate whether Ibn Khaldun foresaw the fate of empires. His encounters with mystical prophets weren't merely academic curiosities, but served as living links to his socio-political theories. Dust holds their conversations, threads of prophecy woven into his understandings. You brush aside the grime, uncovering whispers of oracles once taken seriously. Picture the Maghreb's sprawling desert under starlit skies. Khaldun trekked here not just for solitude, but to decipher omens in the shifting dunes. Experts think he believed every grain held an answer, a quirk that might seem far-fetched now, yet gave him unique insights into social behaviors. Historians still argue whether his desert journeys were purely intellectual quests or quests for divine guidance. As you sift through ancient manuscripts, you find cryptic verses beside his socioeconomic notes. Was he influenced by those same prophets whose visions once shaped tribal decisions? Imagine tent meetings under crescent moons, where whispered omens became the bedrock of societal contracts. One popular belief even claims Khaldun briefly joined a circle of Sufi mystics, translating their symbols into his social cycles theory. Fringe theory, or factual undercurrent. Each parchment unveils another layer. Khaldun's interactions with a Persian seer remain tantalizingly vague, feeding debates about how much his political forecasts relied on prophetic visions. Some texts allude to dreams as real as the daily bread. Interpreting them wasn't optional. It was survival. Picture an ancient academic crunching numbers while interpreting star alignments, an odd mix by today's standards, perhaps, but a norm in Khaldun's world. You trace the outlines of a particularly enigmatic manuscript. Historians suggest this seer's prophecies could be the foundation of Ibn Khaldun's theories on social transformation. Imagine the scholar, scribe in hand, interpreting symbols as much a part of his research as library tomes. Debates rage. Did Khaldun merely respect these mystics, or did he depend on them? Some argue his concepts of social cohesion owe more to the mystics' visions than to traditional economic theories. One well-documented fact: Khaldun wasn't alone in his consultations with seers. Almost every medieval political leader had a prophetic advisor, just as today's might have economic consultants. But Ibn Khaldun merged both roles. He analyzed political dynamics through the esoteric lens of omens. Did this make him see societal shifts that others missed? Think of prophecies as his advanced analytics, predictive, perhaps, but controversial in empirical circles. And historians can't forget the cryptic oracle scroll discovered in an isolated Tunisian monastery. This text suggests the famed thinker consulted seers to predict the fall of certain dynasties. Whether these prophecies guided his writing or simply colored his perspective remains open for debate. One quirky note: he even used prophetic dreams as educational tools, asking students to interpret them in class. Imagine midterms that include dream analysis. Dust-clad prophecies echo through the ages. You brush aside more layers, finding marginalia where Ibn Khaldun debated interpretations with fellow scholars. Picture heated discussions that might begin with, "But what if this omen isn't about drought, but societal decay?" His insights may stem from a blend of data and divination, a strange blend for modern minds. Yet, It shaped his revolutionary theories on the cyclical rise and fall of societies. One speculative theory suggests Ibn Khaldun's fascination with prophecies started in childhood, perhaps spurred by local storytellers blending history with myth. Historians still argue whether his academic rigor ever completely shed these early influences. You imagine the young scholar, eyes wide, absorbing tales where prophetic whispers carried more weight than official records. In modern terms, he blended qualitative data with predictive analytics, a blend we now consider quirky, yet inspired. Each discovery feels like tapping into hidden archives, where he sought out omens in the rustling leaves and social patterns in the stars. As you reach for the next dusty volume, it's clear these prophetic whispers became integral to his scholarly pursuits. They weren't just historical footnotes. They were the heartbeat of his revolutionary thought. With each text, you uncover the prophetic strands Khaldun wove into his theories, suggesting that the fate of civilizations lay hidden in whispered omens, uncanny, perhaps, but undeniably influential. These seers and sages, once brushed aside as relics, now stand alongside economists in his narrative. Whether true predictions or insightful allegories, they formed the prophetic backbone that supported Ibn Khaldun's groundbreaking thoughts. The dust speaks of a scholar who dared merge the mystic with the empirical, crafting lessons for societies across time. As the final whispers of his thoughts echo in dusty silence, you encounter Ibn Khaldun's last writings, pages held together by threads of time itself. Here, beneath the weight of centuries, lies his enduring legacy. You scan aged parchments where musings meet dust's quiet embrace. He ponders lifetimes, weaving wisdom through the tapestry of history. In these closing segments, you find personal reflections, his final brushstrokes across the canvas of knowledge. Imagine him, quill in hand, contemplating not just societies, but his own place in the universe. The final thoughts of a thinker etched in quiet solitude, leaving echoes for you to uncover. Dust may speak softly, but here it holds truths as heavy as mountains. Historians might dissect these lines, searching for the secret of his enduring influence. Did it lie in his empirical rigor or his intuitive brilliance? Both, perhaps. As you read, you sense the duality of his intellect, one foot firmly in data, the other stepping lightly through the realms of foresight. In an era without modern metrics, Khaldun bridged the gap between what is measured and what is felt, blending them in prophecies' poetic language. Did you know that even today, North African scholars refer to him not only as a pioneer of sociology, but as a seer, a man who could glimpse the pulse beneath history's surface? Here in these lines, the connection makes sense. His writings reveal an intimate understanding, not just of structures, but of the undercurrents guiding them, almost a sixth sense for socio-political tides. Such claims might raise skeptical brows, but they underscore the profound respect held for his predictive acumen. Consider the famous passage: "A society's wisdom lies in its preparation for twilights." You'll find it inscribed amidst notes on the rise and fall of civilizations. Some argue this was purely metaphorical, an analytical approach to inevitable decline. Others suggest he referred to literal twilight phenomena in the sky, hinting at natural cycles underlying human affairs. Either way, his ability to merge metaphor with reality adds an enigmatic layer to his work. One well-documented fact: historians continue to debate whether his political forecasts were based on divine wisdom or empirical patterns. Did he see a prophecy in every omen? Or was there a more calculated framework beneath all that mysticism? Some even claim he possessed ancient manuscripts, long lost, revealing techniques to forecast political shifts through celestial movements, a fringe theory, yet one that captivates modern imaginations. Here, in his last writings, you trace the contours of that debate. Khaldun speaks of celestial cycles while simultaneously analyzing social structures, blurring lines we keep carefully drawn today. Historians still argue whether this duality was a deliberate strategy or a mere product of his era. You read between those weathered lines and feel the weight of centuries debating the source of his insight. Quirk aside, some say his final works hint at a personal prophecy, suggesting he anticipated a resurgence in his native Maghreb centuries after his time. Fringe historians argue these aren't metaphorical musings, but genuine prognostications. Did he map out a blueprint for society's cyclical rise, etched with uncanny precision? As you close the ancient tomes and wipe away dust, you realize that the whispers don't fade, they echo forward, shaping understandings still unfolding. Khaldun's last thoughts are more alive than ever, their prophetic undertones still guiding both scholars and spiritual seekers alike. Here, amidst parting words, lies a timeless invitation to not just understand the past, but to glimpse the unseen weave of the future. Dusty grains speak softly in hallways long abandoned, carrying with them Ibn Khaldun's reflections on human nature, social patterns, and cosmic ties. His final musings remain a living library, inviting readers to find their own echoes in the tapestry he left behind. The conversation ends, but the implications linger, swirling through time's layers, whispering truths both profound and poetic. And as you step back from the ancient manuscripts, the quiet realization settles in. Ibn Khaldun's voice isn't merely captured in ink, it's echoed in our modern ponderings, still shaping minds and debates across centuries. His last writings are a testament to the enduring power of thought, etched in ephemeral whispers, yet resounding in endless corridors of time. Forgotten theories dance in the air, lost thoughts uncovered in dusty corners. You brush aside layers of silence, uncovering musings buried beneath eons of neglect, the unsung gems of intellectual history. As the grains part, you glimpse fragments that never found their place in grand narratives, pieces of wisdom left incomplete, like notes scribbled in the margins of a forgotten journal. Khaldun's imagination stretched into realms still debated today, his theories sometimes diverging into the speculative. Here, you unearth treatises long overlooked. Did you know that some historians believe he flirted with the idea of hidden geometric codes within sacred texts? No, seriously, think ancient Dan Brown meets socio-political treatise. He proposed that certain mathematical principles, when applied, could decode latent societal insights. Cryptic, right? Historians still argue whether these were playful musings or earnest explorations. In these secluded corners, you find a quirky hypothesis that dust itself carries memories. Khaldun speculated, somewhat poetically, that particles floating through libraries could record thoughts, acting as silent witnesses to human wisdom. This isn't your standard empirical evidence, but the imagination at play. Some modern scientists even half-jokingly reference this idea when discussing concepts like psychometry. Is there merit, or is it just dusty daydreams? The debate continues. One overlooked script proposes a theory on forgotten trade networks, hinting at ancient maritime routes connecting east and west through unconventional paths. This wasn't just blue water sailing. There's talk of using desert caravans and monsoon winds. Some researchers quietly whisper about how his ideas foresaw concepts similar to modern supply chain optimization, albeit through medieval lenses. Imagine logistics whispered through centuries. You notice a passage addressing societal resilience using an unexpected metaphor: the Saharan nomad's journey. Khaldun postulated that survival hinges on adaptable knowledge, drawing parallels between nomadic resilience and civilization's capacity to pivot. Historians still debate whether this is a straightforward analogy or a coded suggestion about migrating ideas and knowledge systems. Was he just waxing metaphorical or hinting at a grander theory of cultural diffusion? In another fragment, you come across his musings on linguistic evolution. Khaldun suggested that certain dialects might contain hidden clues about ancient migrations, a linguistic fossil record sort of concept. Today's linguists occasionally echo this notion, looking at dialects as living maps tracing humanity's wanderings. His thoughts float here like dusty linguistic breadcrumbs, hinting at patterns woven through time. Some theories touch on cyclical philosophies, suggesting a recurring pattern where societies evolve, collapse, and rise again with eerie regularity. Khaldun hypothesized these cycles were not just historical facts, but natural rhythms woven into the fabric of time. Does this hint at a universal constant, or is it poetic license? The debate, much like the dust, remains suspended. You discover an aside about celestial navigation, noting that ancient seafarers could use celestial patterns for more than just directions. Khaldun wondered aloud whether these cosmic maps served as mnemonic devices, connecting travelers to stories, myths, and collective wisdom encoded in the stars. Modern stargazers might chuckle, but is there a forgotten library in that celestial vault? As you sift through the debris, you pause. Did he propose rudimentary concepts of what we might today call sociology and psychology intertwined? One forgotten treatise hints he explored motivations and social bonds through a double helix theory, examining how individual behaviors create collective tides. The notion that human behavior might be influenced by group dynamics was, let's say, ahead of its time. Historians still debate whether he was mapping hidden societal architectures or offering poetic asides. Did you catch that passage discussing water clocks? Here, Khaldun ventures into the esoteric, positing that these ancient timekeepers could measure more than mechanics. In Dusty Whispers, he muses about time as a tangible force, recording moments with every tick and talk. The quirky theory, half timekeeping, half metaphysics, still echoes in hushed debates, bridging ancient technology with temporal musings. Some overlooked fragments explore the role of chance and inevitability, suggesting that fate might be written in the very dust motes floating through these halls. Khaldun pondered, was there an algorithmic destiny embedded in the chaos of history? Modern statisticians might cringe or nod. Does history's dust hold predictable patterns, or is it a chaotic ballet? The conversation lingers in the silence as your fingers graze forgotten parchments. You sense his fascination with symbiosis, how ideas and ecosystems mirror each other. This wasn't just nature's lesson. It was a blueprint for understanding societies. Khaldun hinted that societies could benefit from biodiversity principles, balancing innovation with preservation. Today's sustainability experts might just be modern translators of these ancient whispers. You find a note about the unseen connections between art and commerce, theorizing that great cultural flourishings could often be tied to peak economic periods. He suggested, perhaps only half-jokingly, that commerce was the silent muse behind many artistic ages. Does prosperity fuel creativity or merely provide the platform? The debate is still etched in those quiet corners. And what of those odd references to ancient irrigation techniques? Here, Khaldun speculated that knowledge lost to time could offer lessons even in modern agriculture. Could those forgotten aqueducts whisper strategies echoing through millennia? Today's engineers, facing water scarcity, might find those ancient blueprints eerily modern in approach. Some manuscripts reveal theories about linguistic evolution, positing that certain dialects hold the key to understanding ancient migrations. Historians debate whether these were idle musings or keen insights into how human communication adapts and evolves. Did he foresee the way language maps pathways through centuries, like dusty footprints? In one curious treatise, Khaldun speculates on forgotten astronomical practices, suggesting that ancient skywatchers might have encoded deeper insights within celestial patterns. This isn't astrology. It's the idea that looking up through generations reveals a map not just of stars, but of shared human wisdom. Is this just a poetic metaphor or a genuine scholarly quest for cosmic connection? You pause at an intriguing passage about memory's architecture, as if libraries are living vessels of recollection. Khaldun ventures, somewhat mystically, that every library contains not just stored knowledge, but latent, collective memory. Intriguing, no. The ancient mind speculating about the neurology of civilizations. How intriguing and ahead of its time. Khaldun's musings on political cycles and natural rhythms continue in quiet echo. Here, you trace theories about how leadership patterns mirror biological systems, proposing that political rebirth comes through renewal akin to nature's cycles. An unexpected parallel. Does this reflect a pre-Darwinian grasp of natural selection's societal counterparts? And then, a whimsical idea. Could a society's rise and fall be mapped onto musical compositions? He theorizes about societal cadence, the rise and fall of notes echoing through history. Modern chaos theorists might find this eerily resonant or utterly charming in its prescience. You uncover another layer, forgotten treatise on how ancient technologies like the astrolabe reveal more than just navigation. They map paths of human thought, journeys of intellectual wanderings. Khaldun saw instruments of measurement as tools of understanding, each gear and dial unlocking cosmic insights. Is there a forgotten library in those brass circles? As you brush away centuries of neglect, you realize the silence here isn't empty. These dusty whispers hold echoes of thought experiments still debated and redefined. Ibn Khaldun's forgotten theories remain whispers in the hall, waiting for you to unearth their hidden gems and ponder once again the mysteries of time's forgotten corners. Echoes from yesterday's thinkers stir the dust. Modern minds find traces of Khaldun's whispers. You can practically hear today's scholars arguing in hushed tones over coffee cups about his influence. Some even using phrases lifted straight from his dusty musings. The past isn't just a backdrop, it's a living dialogue, with every grain holding conversations that span centuries. Today's economists dive into Khaldun's forgotten treatises, finding startling relevance in his economic principles, his insights on taxation policy. Yes, they're still debated. Some even call him the first true economist. You might chuckle, envisioning him elbowing between Adam and Eve at an ancient economic conference. Imagine that line in today's policy papers. As Ibn Khaldun noted 7 centuries ago, talk about timeless wisdom. Historians still argue whether he fully grasped the concept of GDP back in the 14th century. Seriously, they're all at each other's throats. Could this North African scholar from the Muqaddimah days have been the unsung hero of modern macroeconomics? As you dust off these thoughts, you can almost hear the rustle of spreadsheets and scholarly papers aligning in tribute. Modern cultural theorists are reviving his ideas about social cohesion and group identity. Remember those notes on nomadic resilience being a society's blueprint. Turns out, today's sociologists are connecting those old grains to understanding online communities. Who knew ancient desert wisdom could explain Reddit tribes? The irony's thick enough to add to these library layers. What's quirkier? Those fringe theorists claiming Khaldun's ideas predicted contemporary political cycles. Some are out there swearing his theories on asabiyyah can decode modern election patterns. Picture them: late nights, whiteboards covered in equations and medieval texts, mapping Ibn Khaldun to the latest election data. We're talking pseudoscience chic with a historical twist. Speaking of quirky, did you catch the speculation tying his thoughts to cognitive psychology? Some researchers wonder, did we just find a medieval precursor to cognitive behavioral therapy? Not quite Dr. Phil, but close. They're whispering about how his observations on human nature and societal trends eerily mirror our modern psychological landscapes. Talk about your dusty revelations. You come upon a dusty whisper that resonates in today's discussions on sustainable development. Khaldun's treatise on land use and societal longevity. Absolutely timeless. Modern environmentalists are quoting him while crunching numbers on climate patterns. There's a photo somewhere of a UN conference with his portrait projected during a keynote speech. Seriously, the man's still trending. Historians still argue whether his ideas on the rise and fall of empires directly influenced Machiavelli. Was the prince's infamous maxim, "It's better to be feared than loved," a mere echo of Khaldun's earlier political theories? Imagine two historical titans sharing a drink, comparing notes on power. Machiavelli with a knowing smile, Khaldun with that raised eyebrow sage look. And that fringe concept, his theories about celestial navigation being more than just star maps. Modern astrophysicists and data analysts are drawn to his musings. They're looking up and out, mapping data patterns in cosmic dust, asking if history's greatest thinker saw more in the night sky. Astronomers and historians huddle, gazing from ancient scripts to modern telescopes. Is the universe's rhythm still echoing his ancient cadence? You find Khaldun's thoughts on urban planning whispering through today's architecture schools. Modern city planners reference his treatises on urban sociology. Imagine a lecture slide reading from medieval Medina to the modern metropolis. This ancient thinker, bridging 14th century Fez with 21st century urban sprawl, all with dusty grace. Modernists even joke that Khaldun wrote the first treatise on viral content. Okay, maybe not. But think about it, his theories on information diffusion. You might see a meme with Khaldun's face captioned, "When your 14th century theory is still trending, talk about hashtag wisdom ancient influencers. As the dust settles, you realize the library's silence isn't just a pause, it's a continuous dialogue where Ibn Khaldun's whispers live through modern thinkers, blending past wisdom with present debates. The conversations began back then, and they're still echoing here, each sentence a thread weaving across time, each dusty grain a node in humanity's collective thought network. Today's debates are still marked by the quiet echoes of Khaldun's forgotten corners, where old thoughts inspire new theories as each modern mind connects the dots through dusty whispers. The library continues its timeless role, a keeper of conversations that continue beyond eras, voices, and epochs. Here, amid dust and debates, wisdom persists, flowing through every hushed moment. You pause between ancient tomes, feeling the library's eternal roll pulse through time. Dust particles glimmer, guardians of knowledge etched in silence. It's not just a building, it's a living archive, with every whisper echoing through infinity. Modern preservationists now highlight the library's role in safeguarding cultural memory. They meticulously catalog dust particles, knowing each grain holds conversations from the past. Some even say the library's air itself is a temporal vault, preserving historical wisdom in suspended animation. How cool is that? Literally breathing in the essence of ancient scholars as you walk the aisles. Historians still argue whether medieval libraries played a direct role in societal continuity. How much did these quiet halls actually shape civilizations? Picture entire empires rising and falling, their intellectual bedrock resting in these whisper-filled alcoves. Without these hallowed spaces, would our modern world look vastly different? Fascinating to ponder, isn't it? Fringe historians even claim the library's architecture itself was designed to resonate with acoustics that extend memory. They argue the vaulted ceilings and stone hallways weren't just for grandeur, they amplified whispers, allowing thoughts to travel further through time. Some claim Ibn Khaldun himself understood this, using specific sections for different musings, knowing the echoes would carry his wisdom into the future. Imagine architect sages aligning stones and echoes like celestial bodies. As you glide between the shelves, you notice modern scholars leaving post-its with references to Khaldun's theories. They're tagging dusty passages, mapping out intellectual journeys that span centuries. It's like a giant collaborative mind map, where each note bridges past reflections with present revelations. Who knew sticky notes could unlock historical whispers? Some theorists even joke the library is Ibn Khaldun's secret collaboration space, a space-time nexus where ideas converge across eras. Khaldun's cloud, they call it, an ethereal archive where ancient voices blend with modern insights. Picture thinkers across centuries leaving digital breadcrumbs or parchment snippets in an ongoing exchange, facilitated by the very air they breathed. Medieval Dropbox and that mainstream fact Did you catch the news about UNESCO declaring historic libraries as living documents of humanity? They're not just repositories, they're active participants in cultural evolution. This very library sits at the heart of that recognition, honored for its role as a silent steward of our shared narrative. How poetic that the whispers here are now protected by modern mandates. Fringe theorists go further, suggesting these libraries hold secrets that predict future paradigms. Some claim acoustic properties encode data for civilizations yet to come. How wild would it be if future archaeologists uncovered wisdom from echoes, data patterns in our silent past, speaking across millennia? It's like ancient QR codes in acoustic waves. Modern digital archivists are even mapping this library's acoustic profile. They're embedding digital tags in the architecture, aligning with ancient whispering paths. The result, a digital physical hybrid experience where you can tap your smartphone and hear Ibn Khaldun's thoughts, channeled through time and space, echoing in real time through this hallowed space. Augmented reality meets ancient wisdom. You realize as you explore further, the library's silence isn't an absence, it's a continuum. It bridges past musings with present thinkers, creating a living dialogue that spans eras. Here, dusty grains hold keys to ongoing conversations, each whisper a stitch in humanity's ever-unfolding tapestry. The keeper of knowledge continues its silent vigil, a guardian standing through epochs, watching, preserving, and quietly whispering into our collective future. As you navigate the library's vast corridors, the weight of countless human stories settles in the dust beneath your fingertips. Here, lessons span epochs, embedded in every whisper. You're standing amid the accumulated wisdom of ages, where thinkers from different times join in intellectual communion, quiet, yet profound. Historians often note how libraries served as de facto universities for centuries. Before formal institutions, seekers of knowledge gathered here, gleaning lessons from scrolls and codices. Did Ibn Khaldun himself study in places like these, surrounded by the intellectual giants of antiquity? Picture him, perhaps under a flickering lamp, eyes scanning parchment, absorbing wisdom passed down through generations. Fringe theories suggest that libraries also acted as ancient Wi-Fi hotspots, hubs of collective consciousness. Some claim that simply being in these spaces triggers an innate connection to the thoughts of those who came before. Imagine entering the library and feeling a spark of inspiration, as if the air itself were activating dormant neurons. Could the collective human mind have such symbiotic spaces? Historians still argue whether the design of these labyrinthine libraries was purely functional or contained layered symbolism. Consider the seemingly endless stacks. They could represent life's complexities, while the carefully organized sections echo the order we seek in our own thoughts. How much of our desire for knowledge is shaped by navigating these symbolic landscapes? One quirky fact: Some ancient scholars believed that arranging books by color helped with recall. Imagine a library where deep red tomes flank your left, a wall of golden texts gleams to your right, and emerald-bound scrolls shimmer ahead. Walking through these vibrant pathways, knowledge could be distilled through a visual symphony, each hue unlocking different mental doors. As you trace Ibn Khaldun's intellectual fingerprints in the dust, you realize his theories have found unexpected modern resonance. His observations about social cohesion even prefigured elements of internet communities. Experts think modern digital networks mirror the interconnected societal structures Ibn Khaldun detailed in his seminal work centuries ago. Did he glimpse a future where human connections would transcend physical boundaries? Some modern thinkers whimsically propose bibliotherapy, inspired by Ibn Khaldun's observations. Imagine a therapist guiding you through the library aisles, prescribing specific sections to address personal dilemmas. Could navigating the wisdom of scholars who have faced similar struggles, some dating back millennia, offer unique insights for today's psyche? Historians often debate how much Ibn Khaldun's travels influenced his worldviews. Did the varied cultural tapestries he encountered sharpen his intellectual scalpel, allowing him to dissect societal patterns with unprecedented precision? Picture his journey from the bustling markets of Cairo to the quiet, scholarly corners of Granada, each step embroidering his grand theories with local wisdom threads. In the quieter corners of such libraries, whispers from the less mainstream can sometimes be amplified. Some suggest that Ibn Khaldun dabbled in the esoteric, that his writings occasionally flirted with mystical dimensions of knowledge. Perhaps in whispered footnotes, he touched upon theories that still send ripples through spiritual circles today. Hidden in plain sight among his more widely accepted sociological treatises, pause at the modern digital kiosks lining the library walls. Here, contemporary scholars engage in threaded discussions directly above passages from Ibn Khaldun. Each reply adds to a living, breathing conversation that began centuries ago. You can almost imagine him, if only briefly, in spirited debate with his intellectual descendants, his thoughts not silenced by time, but echoing ever stronger into the future. Take a moment to let Ibn Khaldun's legacy reverberate through you. The wisdom embedded in these walls transcends eras, a testament to humanity's perpetual quest for understanding. Here, in this hallowed space, the past whispers lessons to a world always in flux, a dialogue that's not only eternal, but ever expanding. Each grain of dust a verse, each shadow a chapter in the continuum of human insight, waiting to be uncovered anew. The final grains catch your eye, quiet guardians of wisdom. They hold Ibn Khaldun's reflections, whispered in the silence. Yet these aren't mere echoes from the past. In the stillness, they become your guideposts. As you ponder, think about those who first recorded history before stone tablets people inscribed thoughts in the earth itself. Fingers traced tailies in sand, a silent predecessor to our libraries. Did early thinkers feel connected to the cosmos through these elemental records? Some whimsical historians suggest ancient people left Easter eggs in their earth writings. Maybe a hidden symbol for good fortune, or tiny glyphs that, when connected, told jokes. Can you imagine discovering that hidden humor embedded in layers of desert grain? Some ancient predecessor to TikTok. Historians still argue whether dusty glyphs influenced scroll arrangements in early libraries. Perhaps scholars felt a kinship with elemental scribes, building libraries as tributes to that original clay wisdom. Could our modern bookshelves be descendants of whispered messages in the dirt? A quirky legend claims that some scholars wore special dust hats to filter airborne knowledge. Picture ornate helmets with velvet trim that caught drifting particles. Did they believe that absorbing more dust meant digesting more wisdom? Perhaps those hats stored the library's collective consciousness for later contemplation. Your path in these hallowed hallways feels timeless. You're not just walking through history. You embody Khaldun's curiosity, tracing his evolution through the dust. The air hums with shared thoughts, each whisper a bridge between then and now. Some think libraries create chronal resonance, spaces where time folds into itself. Here, past and present are mere breaths apart. Imagine Khaldun's voice mingling with modern scholars, debating theories that span centuries in real time. Could libraries act as temporal crossroads where insights flow beyond linearity? As your journey unfolds, the weight of every grain, each particle's memory, guides you forward. You stand amid the eternal dance of human understanding, both a student and a keeper of the legacy etched in dust. You find yourself standing in the heart of this timeless library, where Ibn Khaldun's legacy mingles with the whispers of today. Every word you encounter here now forms part of his enduring journey, as if he's been quietly inviting you to join a conversation spanning generations. Did you know that the Great Library of Alexandria reportedly housed 700,000 scrolls? Imagine the cacophony of wisdom it must have produced. In contrast, here you stand, a single modern seeker, yet the echoes feel no less grand. Some scholars whimsically argue that these old libraries created invisible auras of intellect, zones still humming with ancient knowledge long after the physical texts decayed. Could there be something lurking just beyond human senses, a silent teacher embedded in these very grains? And look at you, an accidental scholar now connecting dots across millennia. Ibn Khaldun may not have anticipated digital screen glare, but his quest for patterns in history might find a kindred spirit here. Historians still debate whether social media merely amplifies Khaldun's cyclical theory of empires. Are TikTok influencers today's nomadic chieftains in disguise, forging alliances in pixeled pastures? Your footsteps echo rhythmically soft, deliberate taps that could match those of Khaldun's from centuries past. Some say, if you listen carefully in places like this, you can hear the library's own heartbeat, each beat a syllable in a centuries-long narrative. Experts think such a phenomenon might be tied to infrasonic vibrations caused by footfalls and whispers from thousands of patrons over generations. So whose footstep is that lingering vibration you feel on the tiles now, Khaldun's or your own? A light breeze stirs the air, carrying a faint scent of aged parchment. Do these archives hold a hint of the past, or is it today's air, imbued with modern thoughts, blending into this story? You brush a hand against a shelf, feeling the faintest shimmer of dust, each mote an ambassador from history. A playful historian once posited that libraries could be dust farms, cultivated to grow knowledge. Perhaps grains settle not by accident, but by some grand design. You notice subtle inscriptions worn into the wooden frames, scholars' initials, perhaps. Were these names carved by those whose minds Khaldun would have known? Some whispers echo stronger than others, hinting that lost knowledge might revive in our shared silence. Could this exchange be a two-way street where our questions spark echoes in texts long untouched? In this final stretch, your narrative merges with Khaldun's. Each thought you unearth a ripple in the vast pool of shared exploration. You take a slow breath, feeling a blend of reverence and belonging. The silent halls invite deeper still, a legacy not merely inherited, but co-authored with every step. Khaldun's musings about the impermanence of power resonate here. Did he know, somewhere amid those dusty halls in Fez or Cairo, that libraries would continue whispering long after empires crumbled? Each section you unravel feels like pages turning in the sand. And now, you are both the reader and the scribe, keeping stories alive that dust alone could never contain. So, as you absorb these final moments, reflect on the whispers you encountered here. Knowledge that once seemed dormant, now interwoven with your own questions, curiosities, and perhaps even new theories. Each grain, each word, they speak not just of the past, but of how today's insights grow from yesterday's silence. And with that, your library journey doesn't just conclude, no, it transforms. From Ibn Khaldun's ancient musings to your modern discoveries, the dust serves as a bridge. You leave, not as just another wanderer, but as part of an enduring dance, a conversation across epochs that will continue in whispered tones long after you've gone. As you cross the library's threshold, the soft chime from the entry door mingles with the muted echoes within, a reminder that this narrative, this story, has you woven seamlessly into its fabric. With each departing step, new whispers stir, awaiting the next curious mind to join the eternal discussion that spans lifetimes. May your journey continue echoing in these hallowed, timeless halls. You stand in the final aisle of this ancient repository, a realm where past and present meld into a singular narrative. The air grows heavier with dust, thick with histories, yet unspoken. Every breath you take seems to blend with the lingering whispers of ages past. Could each molecule of dusty air carry a memory, just waiting to be awakened? Did you know that old parchment releases a unique scent detectable to trained noses? Some librarians swear it acts as a subtle lure, drawing in those with minds ripe for exploration. Could it be that these archives have their own way of choosing who unravels which secrets? You can almost envision Ibn Khaldun himself, pausing by the very corner where you now rest your hand, his thoughts trailing through centuries in dust's embrace. As your fingers graze the worn edges of forgotten pages, you're struck by how Ibn Khaldun's life reads like an allegory. Each epoch you retrace through his dust-shrouded manuscripts is a mirror to our own times. Historians still argue whether Khaldun himself believed in cyclical time, or if it was just a means to explain societal patterns. Is there a cosmic joke hiding in dusty corners, where we project our greatest questions onto the thoughts of men who pondered them, first alongside flickering candles, reflecting on Khaldun's journeys, his exiles, his scholarly refuge in these quiet alcoves? You begin to see how patterns repeat. Yet every repeat is subtly altered by the winds, carrying new grains of thought. You think of the time Ibn Khaldun wrote about how cities, like libraries, are both born from human hands and ideas, only to crumble and transform into whispers among pages. Is this library an architectural echo of places he wandered, transforming you too into a vessel of living knowledge? Dust motes dance between the sunbeams slanting through grand windows, as if staging a waltz from forgotten tales. Could this be more than particles? Is it an invitation to ponder the infinite connections binding past wisdom to today's curious seeker? How Khaldun's exile musings in Fez's library could, in whispers, nudge you into reflecting on modern isolations or digital estrangements. You lean into this realization. The very quest for knowledge across lifetimes is as much about those questions left unanswered as the answers given. A gentle breeze stirs, and with it comes a playful thought. Remember the old legend of Ibn Khaldun's encounters with Sufi mystics who said they conversed with the air itself. Is there a thread of truth there? Is the air you breathe here imbued with their dialogues, carried on the currents of your own musings? The Sufis believed that true wisdom whispered to souls in quiet, waiting for a moment to realign with purpose. Might this be one such moment as you stand now, a bridge between then and today? As you slowly walk past the final rows of books, absorbing this culmination of wisdoms, something stirs within. You realize this isn't just a walk through history. It feels like realigning time, aligning yourself within that continuum. The library's whispers begin to fade into the background hum, but they're not dimming. They're transforming, becoming part of the rhythm of your being. You feel lighter, like the essence of this place now pulses quietly within you, an echo that you carry forth. Did you know that some medieval scholars kept secret quills dipped in special inks made from crushed gemstones. These inks left invisible writings only visible under certain light. Is there a hidden layer to this conversation you're part of, where you'll uncover truths or questions only in moments of stillness or illumination? You walk slower now, savoring the lingering resonance, feeling how the silence itself is speaking to you, how it connects you to those who, like Khaldun, sought meaning within these walls. This library, ancient yet timeless, holds within it the dreams and reflections of those who walked its floors before you. Just as Khaldun's thoughts once etched into history, your journey here etches anew into the greater tapestry. The dust of ages mingles with your essence, whispering, reminding, and perhaps encouraging you to ponder how each step, ancient and modern, creates threads that link together across time. And so, with every departing step, you feel the library's heartbeat pulse within the very fiber of your being. Each breath releases new whispers into the air, awaiting the next curious seeker to absorb these grains of wisdom. Perhaps you'll leave here with only questions, or maybe with some silent answers, yet to be articulated. But either way, you are now part of the eternal murmurings that live in this place. The doors creak gently open, and as you step outside, a lingering dust mote floats freely from this ancient sanctuary into the world beyond. With it, a quiet certainty resonates. This closing moment is not an end, but a bridge, carrying forward the wisdom you've gleaned to wherever the next chapter of your journey takes you. Your modern footsteps, now laden with echoes of the past, step forth. An enduring conversation continues across epochs, with you as its newest custodian. You step beyond the library's threshold, feeling an unexpected weight lift, not the burden of knowledge, but something akin to release. The world outside bathes you in sunlight, illuminating dust motes that trail like miniature comets toward new destinies. Did you ever think a library exit could feel like an adventure's new dawn? Maybe that's because it is. The street feels different. The chatter, the rush, even the distant honking of horns seem part of a larger rhythm, a continuation. This library doesn't just hoard knowledge, it sends it out into the world through every departing seeker. Historians still argue whether Ibn Khaldun left his final manuscript unfinished, or whether it's misplaced somewhere in a less dusty archive. Either way, wouldn't it be delightful if his thoughts are wandering the earth, carried by whispered echoes like these? You find yourself thinking back to the dusty shelves you grazed earlier. Some of those manuscripts were written on vellum, made from the skins of, get this, dolphins and whales. Talk about marine literature. Of course, Khaldun himself probably had no idea of this quirky detail, but the idea seems apt even in ancient study. We find unexpected connections to the natural world. As you move along the street, people bustle by yet seem distant, caught up in their own modern quests. Yet here you are, part of a continuum. Did you know that during the Middle Ages, it was believed that certain libraries contained invisible guardians who'd pass on hidden knowledge. Well, if you're feeling a little wiser than you did a few hours ago, could you now be one of their modern envoys? Your journey forward feels almost ethereal. You're no longer just a visitor to wisdom, but a bearer of it. Did that old scholar really think of himself as a vessel? You turn a corner and see the city museum ahead. Perhaps you'll wander in, explore the threads connecting you to the lives etched in dusty manuscripts. Each exhibit here could be another whisper woven into your mind, now finely tuned to these ancient frequencies. A cafe's aroma beckons, reminding you that even wisdom requires fuel. You chuckle to yourself. Imagine Ibn Khaldun pondering the same. Should I take a breather with some dates and coffee? Historians still debate whether his Muqaddimah's groundbreaking theories were penned in states of divine inspiration or after his daily meals. If only ancient diet logs could clarify the mystery. Sitting with your coffee, the conversations around you morph. They're still about work and family, but now you perceive a different layer. Echoes from Khaldun's own musings resurface, how societies rise and fall, how people are ever seeking purpose. You can almost hear him. Look around. Everywhere are stories waiting to be uncovered. Back in this public space, perhaps everyone is a library in their own right, carrying fragments of wisdom between their ears. Those stories are in constant flux, just like the dust in that ancient library, floating, landing, taking root differently each time. You reflect. Are your own thoughts as accessible as those you left behind? Or are you another archive of tales held tight, waiting for the right light to reveal their hues? You rise, deciding to head home, but your stride feels altered. Each step now seems to harmonize with the rhythm of centuries past, yet you walk more confidently, as if each thought absorbed now gives you footing in both past and future. And here's a thought. Remember what you learned about gem-tipped quills. Perhaps certain truths are only revealed when we, like that ink, react to specific conditions. Outside, as twilight approaches, the city's facade transforms, an array of illuminated windows, a living mosaic of stories being written, waiting. You realize this is another form of that library, just more spread out. The knowledge is still there, in every person, every home, every whisper carried by the night air. Isn't it fascinating how even in the modern world, we remain part of that ancient library we often forget? You pause one last time under a street lamp, feeling the city pulse around you. Each person passing might as well be another dusty page. Each laugh or sigh, another echo of that silent library. This continuity is your gift now, a lens that makes you see beyond everyday interactions to deeper connections. As you prepare to head home, there's a new silence in you, an awareness that the whispers follow, guiding you through your own life's corridors. Your modern footsteps now carry echoes across epochs, bridging then and now. Each breath draws in fragments of wisdom, now ready to emerge when the world's light hits them just right. As the night deepens, you realize you're still within that library of life, and every day is another page waiting to be written. You step beyond the library's threshold, feeling an unexpected weight lift, not the burden of knowledge, but something akin to release. The world outside bathes you in sunlight, illuminating dust motes that trail like miniature comets toward new destinies. Did you ever think a library exit could feel like an adventure's new dawn? Maybe that's because it is. The street feels different. The gentle chatter, the familiar rush, even the distant honking of horns blend into a larger rhythm, a continuation. This library doesn't just hoard, it disperses knowledge through every departing seeker. Experts think Ibn Khaldun might have left his final manuscript unfinished. Maybe his thoughts wander the earth, carried by whispered echoes. Thinking back to those dusty shelves, you recall old manuscripts on vellum made from dolphins and whales. An unexpected nod to the natural world. Moving along the street, you notice people caught in their own quests, yet distant. During the Middle Ages, invisible guardians in libraries were believed to pass on hidden knowledge. If you feel a little wiser, perhaps they've chosen a new envoy. Your journey ahead feels ethereal. You're no longer a visitor, you're a bearer of wisdom. As you turn a corner towards the City Museum, it occurs to you, perhaps every exhibit is another whisper woven into your finely tuned mind. The aroma of a nearby cafe beckons. Even scholars needed fuel. Imagine Ibn Khaldun deciding to take a breather. With coffee in hand, conversations around you morph. Still about work and family, but now layered with whispers of history. How societies ebb and flow, how people seek purpose. You reflect. Are your own thoughts as accessible as those you left behind? Or another archive waiting for the right moment, deciding to head home? Each step harmonizes with centuries past, yet feels more confident. Each thought absorbed, giving footing in both past and future. Remember that gem-tipped quill you learned about. Certain truths reveal themselves when conditions align. As twilight approaches, the city's facade transforms into a mosaic of stories waiting to be written. Knowledge lives within each person, each home, each whisper. Pausing under a street lamp once more, you sense the city's pulse. Each person passing is a dusty page. Every laugh or sigh echoes of that silent library. This continuity is your gift, a lens to deeper connections. There's a new silence within you, an awareness that whispers guide you through life's corridors as you prepare to head home. Your modern steps carry echoes across epochs, bridging then and now. Each breath draws in wisdom, ready to emerge when touched by the perfect light. As the night deepens, you realize you remain within life's library, every moment another page waiting. Sleep easy tonight, knowing you are always surrounded by the wisdom of the world, waiting to guide your dreams.